Thank you very much. Thank you very much, our dancers, for making our morning very warm. That's a very warm start. Thank you very much. Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Oh, it is STEMtastic morning. Yes, STEMtastic morning. And I think it has started on a very high note, in high spirits with our dancers. My name is Patrick Kogola, the Director of STEM training for this institution. I'm going to be the moderator for this session. And it is my pleasure to welcome all of you to this session. And as we start, I would like to request my colleague, Mr. Kiruja, to come as we arise for a word of prayer.
Yeah, thank you, Director Patrick Kugula. STEMtastic, good morning. Thank you very much. So I will request that we bow and have a word of prayer in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Gracious God, we thank you for the knowledge, the creativity, and the collaboration shared in this symposium. As we enter this third day, Father, we pray that you renew our energy, you sharpen our minds, and you open our hearts to discovery. Bless all participants and speakers and organizers with wisdom and clarity. May the ideas we explore today inspire meaningful change in STEM and beyond. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, George. So welcome to this morning's session. I think when you look in your program, we have policy and practice nexus in strengthening STEM education. And in front of you are the list of my panelists, whom I'm now privileged to invite one by one to be able to join me on the platform. Bartholomew Lumbasi. Actually, I want you to sit under your name because you remember yesterday Tony was, so today we agreed every panelist sits under their image so that it is easy to correspond, isn't it? So I want to welcome Director Bartholomew. Please welcome, your image is here. And we have Mr. Dolo Adolphus. Yes, most welcome. Take your seat under your name. Professor Smile, kindly under your image. Yes, she smiled and she's smiling very nicely. Thank you. You have a very nice name. I think you keep on smiling in life. Professor Chomora, kindly take your seat. And then we have Mr. Samba Sowe. Mr. Samba, kindly. And last but not least, Mweneni, my sister, where are you? Yes, please have your seat. I think, Prof, your image is here. Yes. So I think all of us, you can relate the names with the images, isn't it? Yes. So we can be able to see the panel is the nexus, the policy and practice nexus for strengthening STEM education. And ladies and gentlemen, I have a very distinguished panel. It's only a matter of time that we don't have enough time to be able to read to you the accolades that accompany all my distinguished panelists this morning. But as they start off the process, I'll be asking them to say something about themselves, and then they can be able to answer the questions. I think for us, the importance of this session cannot be overemphasized, because we have here our policy makers, and then also we have among ourselves here the implementers, the practice. It is a very delicate balance between the two. The policy, the intended, what our stakeholders, our governments intend for us to do, and what happens on the ground, where the rubber does what? Where the rubber meets the road. And I believe that the most important part is where what happens? The rubber meets the road. But the rubber cannot meet the road when you don't have what? Good policies. And we are talking about the nexus. So the point where this policy and practice meets, sometimes it integrates very well, isn't it? And sometimes there's a lot of what? Conflicts. And it actually doesn't come out as it was intended. I am not the presenter, but I would like them to share with us and discuss around this very important issue. So I will be asking my panelists one question, uniform, but I want to ask them to introduce themselves, say what they do, then they can respond to my question. And I will start from the farthest end with my brother and my good friend, Bartholomew Lumbasi. He will introduce himself, say what he does, and be able to explain a few things. So, Bartholomew, how are your national policies aligning STEM education with the demands of a rapidly changing workforce and societal needs? And because you are coming from different countries, we would like to hear what goes on in the different countries. And so we'll be answering this same question across. But please kindly introduce yourself to the audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kogola. I think he's already said my name is Lumbasi Bartholomew. I'm a director at the Ministry of Education, Kenya. I head the Directorate of Policy, Partnerships and East Africa Community Affairs, which simply entails the business before us and providing the right direction and ensuring that we have a globally competitive education system that responds to the needs of the society. As you are all aware, I think we are, as a country, we have a vision 2030. And in this vision, Kenya recognizes education as a catalyst that will be able to drive the productive sector and enable Kenya to be a middle income industrious country. And for us to achieve this, we have an enabling legislative framework that provides for and commits the government to ensure that its citizens are well equipped with the right skills, knowledge, and attitudes to be able to make a contribution to its economy. And for us to do that, we are aware that we had a mismatch between what we produce from the academic sector and the industry, because we had a system known as 844, which mostly emphasized on theory, objective-based, and we had to shift to a competency-based education system. And within the competency-based education system, whereby we want to help each and every child to realize their full potential. And in line with this, we have aligned our competency-based education competencies, core competencies that are 7 in number, drawing from the 21st century skills. And this is done in collaboration with the productive sector, whereby we allow the industry to make their contribution in what we do. At basic education, that is what we do. At TVET, we have the skills councils, whereby the industry plays a critical role in determining what is taught, how it's assessed. And we are embracing what we call a dual system. In the dual system, we look forward that there will be dual certification, and both the industry is contributing towards the production of the right persons or equipped with the skills and competencies that are required for the industry. Another thing is continuous collaboration with the industry in terms of research at higher level. And this is very key to us, because through this, then in real time, we're able to compete globally and ensure that we get to the top. And to enable us to achieve this, we have got a STEM policy that is national. We have a national STEM strategy, and within our competency framework, that is what we are doing at policy level to ensure that we align and come up with what we need. So we're just in the process of finalizing on our national education policy known as the sessional paper, and this is going to help us to respond to the to be proactive and responsive to the needs of the industry. And as we sit here today, one of the core competencies is digital literacy. And our collaboration with edtech companies in this house has enabled us to compete favorably, even by making innovations that are being produced and being shared and commercialized within the Silicon Valley. And we also look and expect to ensure that Kenya is a hub for enriching in terms of technology for the region. So through these continued collaborations and partnership and investment, then we are able to work and ensure that we are responding to the needs of the society. And to prepare them, we have to lay a firm foundation. And the firm foundation stems from, one, ensuring that our schools are well equipped. And we have what we call the STEM centers that are also being invested in. And I think that is what I can say for the time being, to allow other members also to lay their contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bartholomew. Let's listen to Mr. Samba. Mr. Adolphus Dolo. I hope I've pronounced your name correctly. Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Well, like the prophet said, I am Soda Adolphus Dolo. and I'm the director for Policy Appraisal and Evaluation, Ministry of Education, Republic of Liberia. Well, like you mentioned about how national policies are in aligned with STEM education. Well, in Liberia, we've done a lot of efforts. Okay, we have developed what we call the education sector plan, which is 5 years education development plan, and we have the national development agenda that is referred to as the ARREST Agenda for Inclusive Development, AID 2025 to 2029. And all of these documents are conscious of the role STEM education plays in the future development of the country. So as a result, these documents prioritize STEM as a national priority, and it's a key driver for national development. So in the ESP, which we call Education Sector Plan, which is also a 5 years education development plan, also is conscious of that role. So STEM is captured in those documents as a component with specific activities, specific targets, and indicators to ensure that within the next 5 years, we will have moved STEM from where it is now in the country, because it is obvious that the word is not a global word, and digital technology is key. So schools are responsible to empower the children, the students, to be ready to face the challenge of the future global society. So STEM is very important in Liberia for now. We have started to ensure that all of our secondary schools, public secondary schools in the country, are equipped with ICT equipments, and there are other STEM activities that are ongoing in the country. Why it's true that we are from war and we've been faced with a lot of health problems. So our system has been suffering along the line. And we will expect, and we are calling on partners to assist to develop the Liberia STEM education. It's still in a growing stage here. We are developing a system. So our policies, like I said, are very much aligned with ensuring that STEM education is being delivered and quality STEM education is being developed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Solo. So next we have Professor Smile. I guess you got the question correct?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
STEMtastic, good morning to all of us. Greetings from my Honorable Minister and Director General of Ghana Education Service. My name is Smile. I'm sure everybody knows by now. Yes, and I'm a Deputy Director General of the Ghana Education Service. We are in charge of basic education till the tertiary, and we are really committed to have a robust workforce, STEM workforce. The government of Ghana is highly committed to make STEM education a cornerstone of national development, because we recognize that to stay competitive and also to be able to solve unique challenges or problems in all the sectors, we need to pay critical attention to STEM education, to have a STEM workforce. So I'll go straight to the point to say that our STEM strategy, policies, and everything we're planning to do, it's in our education sector medium-term development plan, 2018 to 2030. And in this plan, we've outlined 3 major objectives that we are pursuing vigorously. The first one is improving teaching and learning resources, and also enhance STEM outcomes for every student, whether in the rural or urban area. And also, we were paying paying special attention to girls' education, STEM education, because there's a wide gap, wide gender gap that we need to bridge this gender gap in STEM education. And also, we're also paying attention to people with disabilities. The third one that we are really looking at is curriculum and assessment reforms. So we are also looking at our policies. We realize that we have a lot of fragmented policies and strategies when it comes to STEM education. So we have harmonized all of them. We have ICT for education and EdTech strategy, that as we EdTech strategy, that as we speak is at an advanced stage of approval before cabinet now to really compass our way in the STEM education in Ghana. There are critical gaps to look at that we are trying to fill when we talk about infrastructure, especially in the rural areas that we are so much concerned about. When we want to look at teacher education, we want to look at connectivity. Most of the problems that we identify in this conference, we have issues with that. So one step, that practical step we have taken, we've increased budgetary allocation for funding STEM education in Ghana. And it's clearly outlined in this year's budget so that we can be able to achieve results in these three major areas. We are also taking steps to empower our teachers, equip them, and also build their capacity. So we have provided tablets for all teachers in Ghana as we speak. There's a compulsory mandatory teacher professional development that we do every month to make sure that we equip them with necessary skills to be able to impart to our students. And also, our students have also been provided, I think, 30% by now with tablets so that they can start working with them. And we are also collaborating with a lot of agencies, bilateral, multilateral development partners in funding the STEM activities, especially with girls. We have STEM club all over. We've identified mentors in STEM for ladies, and they're really encouraging our girls to become STEMtastical. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. So next we have Professor Mikeka. Same question.
Thank you, moderator and director for this place. And good STEMtastic, good morning to you all. Thank you. No, that's the song that was formulated in Washington, D.C. by my colleagues from Ghana when we said, let's take this agenda to Africa, and here we are. The vision has come to reality. Ghana is here, and also Liberia. I am Chomora Mikeka, the Director of Science, Technology, and Innovation in the Republic of Malawi Ministry of Higher Education. My Honorable Minister was here, and she's just left, but her spirit is still with us. I am also the chairperson for the senior officials for the African Union 5th Bureau of the Specialized Technical Committee, STC, on Education, Training, Science, Technology, and Innovation. Until November next year. So we oversee all these, including development of the strategies, which we know, CESA, STISA, up to 2034, digital transformation strategy, and education, digital education strategy for AU. I am also appointed just last week, you may want to celebrate with me, to be the International Telecommunications Union, ITU, Global Digital Innovation Board. So, in fact, this afternoon we're having our first board meeting where we drive the agenda to look at the disruptive nature of digital technologies taking place globally. So the 73 board member, I am one of those ones. We're meeting this afternoon. And lastly, I also wanted to highlight that I am the technical lead for GIGA ITU UNICEF for schools connectivity. We start mapping with all schools using AI. Reflect and Malawi, we've already done that, and begin to see which schools are connected, populate, and use that as a resource mobilization tool to drive the school's connectivity agenda in all the schools. We have a target by 2030 in our country, in Malawi. And seriously, we're also not just connecting school, but to look at what are the levels of connectivity. Is it acceptable or not? So we commission or decommission them appropriately so. That said, the question was about policy and practice. What policies and practices are there. For us, as Malawi government, and I think this also is a move in Africa, we don't stop at policies. So if we were to modulate the question, we would be saying what are the policies and what are the laws, legislative instruments, and what is the budget? Because we have developed policies, but we fail most often the time to make them to come to life, to implement them, because there's no budget. So when we come to the negotiation table these days, with our partners who are present in here and those who might be participating virtually, the key question is, yes, there is a policy there, but do you have it? Do you have a budget line, even if it's $0, but it must be inserted in the national budget, because the budget is a policy document also, which makes things happen. If the government is serious about what it is talking about, it must have that reflected in the budget. So this is the approach that we normally take. In that said, in our context as Malawi, we have a constitution, the supreme law, which first of all democratizes access to education, that each and every citizen should be educated. And therefore it is a crime not to be educated in our country. And if education requires to be digital as part of the transformation strategy, then definitely that should also be. It is constitutional matter. And secondary to that, then there's the Education Act. Then the policies. But when we did an analysis, a diagnosis of the Education Act 2013, the policy 2016 education policy, in 2021 we realized that these are falling short, including the curriculum, because curriculum is also a policy document. We discovered that these are falling short of the transformational agenda of education and building human capital development, which is consistent or demanded and required in the 21st century. And therefore, the question of reimagining education became too critical for us. And what we did was to define a national development agenda in 2021, which will transcend up to 2063, aligning with the AU Agenda 2063. In that vision, we said our education will be transformative, and we made this statement through the President of the UN General Assembly in 2022, and we are party to everything else. So key are those kind of things. National Development Agenda places STEM and STI as accelerators for economic growth, creating wealth and bringing self-reliance. We want citizens who would rely upon themselves, not on donation. So that said, we found that education, especially STEM education, was missing policy frameworks which could support it to prevail, to flourish, and to grow. And therefore, we defined a couple of policies there. One policy is the National ODA policy, and the director is present here. We were also working on ICT in education policy, and we are finalizing the National Science, Technology, Innovation policy, National Inclusive Education policy. All these, in a way, are crystallizing in what we talk of an EdTech policy. And I'm glad that African Union Development Agency, NAPAD, who are present here also, have pushed in that draft document, which all have to study and comment, which can be used to cascade and domesticate from the continental goal or agenda to have EdTech policies or strategies at national level. For now, they are being reflected on this. I wanted also to finalize that even if you have these policies, but if your curriculum is backward, like in our case, the basic and education curriculum was last revised or reformed in 2007, 18 years ago. And this is common in other African countries. The secondary one was reformed revised in 2015, I would say 7 years ago. So we made a decision in 2021 in this government to say we are going not to review, not to revise, but to reform and transform, revamp the curriculum. And this we are doing, and we are concluding the matter. As I'm speaking right now, we have the national curriculum and assessment. Don't just do curriculum delivery, but also assessment. Because I think there's a question in there, how do we assess STEM? So national curriculum and assessment framework in which we are proposing that STEM should have its own pathway, and we benchmarked Kenya, Ghana, and several other countries across the continent and also the globe. So in which we are giving a limelight of STEM, and STEM is being supported with specific infrastructure and the places, including the innovation hubs, garages, makerspaces, and unipods. We have the brilliant, most brilliant, well-placed, UNDP-supported University Innovation Pod, where we are allowing our young ones to create and make.
You have the floor.
Thank you very much.
You have the floor.
Thank you very much. I also start by saying, STEMtastic, good morning. Yeah. So in the Gambia, we have what you call a national development plan. And in the national development plan, human capital development is one of the key priorities. At the policy level, STEM education is being pronounced within what you call the MOHAS, which is encompass what you call transformation agenda. And in the transformation agenda, science, technology, and engineering and mathematics forms the core driving force. Within the education sector, we have this is not done in isolation with the private sector. Because for every trade area, there is what you call sector skill. Like I've mentioned, we have an authority that frameworks that have competencies. We have a gender mainstreaming strategy in tertiary and higher education, ensuring that we have role models and high level of uptake in terms of girls and women in gender, both at the level of leadership in academic institutions, but also in taking up STEM and TV-related careers in the institutions. Now, understanding the ecosystem, because if you talk about STEM, you have to relate it to the labor market, and in the labor market, you have to understand that entrepreneurship and employability plays a key role. A big challenge has been the issue of coordination, and in this regard, we've ensured that at the policy level, even at public institutions, we have private sector represented in governing councils and related boards. But also in every set committee for assessment, for upgrade of curricula, and also introduction of new curricula, the private sector plays a critical role because they decide the footprint in terms of what will be the academic competencies that will be included in the program. Now, my colleague from Malawi mentioned the issue of funding. As a government, we've assessed we've done what you call a higher education financing assessment, and understand that there were three challenges. One is the challenge for students being able to access STEM training and TVET. The other one was the issue of the institutional capacities. And the last part was the issue relating to after being trained, if there is employability potential, how do you scale this up? So we've introduced two acts, one being a tertiary and higher education trust fund. Another one is a national research and innovation fund, and a student revolving loan scheme, just to ensure that we have a continuity and an all-inclusive ecosystem wherein everyone interested in taking up competency-related training can get it, and this can lead to a labor market-related opportunity. Now, on the issue of coordination also, and updating on the related policies, as a government, we are upgrading our national science and technology policy in line with the CISA and the EcoPost. And it's important that we have the EduTech here. We will also align in line with our related technology policies that we implement both with the digital economy and the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Samba, for that elaboration. Last but not least, Ms. Mweneni.
Thank you. let me also start like the fellow colleagues, wishing you a STEMtastic morning. Yes, Namibia started with an education system that was characterized by so much lack within the country, and it started with the redressing the education system with the overarching goals, 4 goals of access, equity, and democracy, also quality. With those 4 arching goals, some things have to be compromised. So the focus was on access, and quality was a bit compromised. And throughout the years, so much improvement has been happening, so much education reforms have been happening, and at present, we are talking of an education system that is looking at localization, that is looking at improving the quality, that is looking at encompassing the Namibian child. But our policy frameworks are defined by the Vision 2030, are defined by the basic education curriculum, which has been recently revised. The Education Act was also recently revised. They are also informed by the national development plans, with the recent one just recently inaugurated Tuesday. The ICT policy and master plan, the gender inclusivity plan, as well as the ICT policy, the STI policy, which is overseeing the education system for STEM, developing the whole pipeline from basic through to higher education, through to innovation and research. So in answering the question on the societal needs, while we linking the policy and practices, Namibia is experiencing some unique challenges, but also we are privileged that unlike our colleagues, we are seeing an investment in education where our national budget is 20% of the national budget, which is about 8% of the GDP, is spent on education. And with all that investment and all that money and not getting the outcome that is needed, something needs to be done. So the current strategy is to review the curriculum on the ground. There are several task forces that are reviewing the curriculum. There are several initiatives, but this is also encompassing the emerging technologies, the digital skills, which is also translated in the TVET policy to cater for those workforce skills, the much needed digital skills, and also the innovation, especially the green energy, since Namibia is moving in that direction. And to answer the question on whether the practice and the policy are translating into the classrooms, we are facing a unique challenge where actually this is not only unique to Namibia. Let's face it, the reality on the ground is that the technology is evolving at a pace that is exponential, while humans are evolving at a pace that is incremental. As we are speaking, our learners are already using AI, are already using these skills, though they are not formally introduced. And our policies are evolving bureaucratically. As we are reviewing with all these task teams, by the time they are passed, the learners is already being outpaced, then we have to think of something else. So what we need to think of is to not policy to react, but for policy to be a way ahead, to be a foresight, to inform the situation on the ground. And our policies at present, though they are very good, what is happening in the classroom, whether a teacher have an innovation, a new pedagogy, it's not informing the policy and changing the practices. So those are some of the challenges we are facing. And on inclusivity, we have a unique situation in Namibia where our efforts are now bearing fruit on the girl child. And we see that being translated, but on STEM education, our girls are still lagging behind. And also at the same time, we need to cater for our boy child with our inclusivity policies. So the efforts need to cater for the boy child. The efforts need to look at the STEM education. And we also need to think, are we talking of STEM education for jobs, or are we talking of STEM education for all? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's give them another round of applause. So I really want to appreciate our panelists, and I think as you have listened to them, it looks like all of us, or all the countries that are represented here, have a lot that is going on in terms of policies that have been developed or are being developed to be able to support STEM education in the countries that are represented. And I think also a lot more than just the policies that are being done to be able to ensure that these policies are translated into actual practice. And even as our last presenter has said, she's talking about the teacher and the teacher classroom practices. Somebody calls the teacher is the street agent of the state. I really like that term. The teacher is the street agent of the state. In other words, he's the one who is going to come with all those eloquent policies that we have done, isn't it, that we have prepared. He is the person finally charged with the responsibility of making it a reality on the ground. And I believe several of our colleagues have mentioned something around the teacher. I've just been alerted our time is up. I would have really wished that each of our panelists would have told us something about what are they doing about the street agent of the state to be able to help them to implement our our STEM policies and STEM strategies. But because my moderator, and there's another moderator behind me, and my bell has already been rung, and she's actually standing behind here, I can't be able to ask even for a parting shot from my panelists. And so you will allow me just to really thank this wonderful panel and for your wonderful thoughts and your wonderful contributions, and wish you well as you continue in the conference. So I want to kindly request you are free to be able to take your seats back. Thank you very much. And at this point, I want to hand over to Effie to continue with the program. Effie, here you.
Thank you so much to the panelists and to Mr. Kogola for moderating that conversation. Really interesting insights coming up. I hope you continue those conversations with them even outside of this space. All right, I have a few announcements just before I let us join the presenters in the rooms for the breakout sessions. First of all, of course, I would like to take a minute to recognize and appreciate our sponsors who have made this possible. Thank you to our participants as well and the presenters, even as you begin the day. I just want to highlight that right after this, we will be going into the breakout rooms for the different presentations. I will be sharing the agenda in just a bit. If you do not have access to it, I will have the QR code up in just a second for you to scan it, and you can see all the sessions that will be happening. A reminder, the breakout rooms are in the middle block. So yesterday I said the middle block. I'm still on the way to discovering the best way to describe it, but it is the middle block. Ignore these two blocks here, the one right after them. That is the block that has all the breakout sessions. The STEM Village is still ongoing, so whenever you have a chance in between the presentations, please stop by, say hello to our exhibitors. These are all our incredible exhibitors. Get to learn more, get to hear more about the work they're doing, and then of course, a number of them have some very interesting merchandise that you want to get for yourself. Almost last, we will be having a closing ceremony happening in the main hall here at 4 p.m. Just before that, there will be a panel on mathematical thinking that will be happening, and then straight after that at 4 p.m. we will have a closing ceremony. Please join us for that. It's a very exciting, the outline of it is very exciting, and you do not want to miss it. All right, tomorrow we will be meeting here at STEMtastic from 9 a.m. for breakfast, and then we will proceed to Ololua Forest. On screen, you have a QR code that you can scan to sign up for that. We will all be walking from here to Ololua. Ololua is a 10-minute walk from here, but if you need transport arranged, that is one of the questions we are asking you on the form. Please let us know so that we can coordinate transport from here to there. Otherwise, we will all be walking, and I think it is going to be a very exciting day. So please carry your walking shoes. Wear your walking shoes, especially the ladies. All right. I see people are still scanning that. In a minute, I will be moving on to the next slide, which has the agenda. All right. If you need a link to this, you can also visit the registration desk. All my wonderful fellows are present there. They will have a link, they will have the QR code so you can scan it and access the form for you to let us know you would love to join us for networking in the wild. All right, here is the agenda. So if you lost access to it, do not already have access to it, please scan the QR code that is currently showing on screen and then scroll all the way to day 3. I know now there's a bit of scrolling you have to do to get to day 3, but on there you'll see all the incredible sessions and presentations happening today with the specific rooms where they are happening. If you get lost, if you need directions, need more information, please visit the registration desk. They will be there to help you through it. All right. I see we are doing great on time. So we have around 15 minutes to the beginning of the presentations. My ask is, if you're staying in Sugiyama, the main hall for where one of the breakout sessions is happening, feel free to remain here. But if you are going for any of the other sessions that are happening, please make your way there. We'll be beginning promptly at 10:25. So you want to be in the room before that begins. That is my very last slide, and I want to leave that up to give everyone a chance to scan it if they are yet to scan it. But otherwise, I had somebody say STEMtastic good morning, and I forgot, so I'm going to say STEMtastic good morning. And have a STEMtastic day. All right. Feel free to walk out and head to your breakout rooms as soon as you're ready.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's STEMtastic. Good morning to each and every one of us. We are moving to session D5, which is going to be focused on teacher empowerment. I just wish to know if the different speakers are right here. I want to quickly find out if Christine Akelo is right here. Great. I want to find out if Silas Wabuti is right here. Great. I want to find out if Samuel Kiyagiu is right here. Nope. I want to find out if Johnson is right here. Great. Can you please move forward to the, take the front seats. We're just getting ready with the technical team to download your presentations. And of course, the presentations will begin with Christine Aloko, followed by Silas Wabuti. Thereafter, we have Samuel and Johnson. This session is going to be moderated by my humble self, your servant, Professor Michael Quenty, Lead Inspector of Pedagogy for Educational Technologies in Cameroon Ministry of Basic Education, and the Session Fellow is going to be nobody other than our Princess Ruth Wamuhu. So if our presenters are right here, I want to call the first presenter on the stage. Be gently reminded that in all, we will be spending 15 minutes in each session. The presenter has just 8 minutes to present, and then there will be 7 minutes reserved for interaction. Please be briefed, straight to the point, so that we can capture the main findings of your presentation. Do we have Christine Akeo? She's going to present on Global E-School and Community Initiatives, Africa Digital School Initiative, Africa Digital School Initiative. Christine, you're welcome to the floor. Where is she? Come forward, please. You're going to be presenting from here. May we welcome Christine on the floor.
Good morning, everyone, once again. My name is Christina Kello. I'm Education Programs Officer, Project Lead at Global E-Schools and Communities Initiative. I'll be presenting to you a project by Global E-Schools and Communities Initiative called African Digital Schools Initiative. So Global E-Schools and Communities Initiative, in short we call it GESI. What we do is we leverage on technology, innovation and leadership for quality education skills development and youth empowerment in Kenya and in a few of the African countries. Mostly we work with governments. So the African Digital Schools Initiative project started in 2016 to 2022, 2023 thereabout due to COVID. And this happened in Kenya, Tanzania, Cote d'Ivoire. And the goal was to provide effective and sustainable model for teacher development. I've had a lot talk about teacher development in STEM. So the model was such that its objective was to achieve teacher competency and teacher skill development, particularly for teaching of STEM. Our STEM, the E stood for English. Why I'm talking about stood for is because it is past. It's a project that happened, as I mentioned, 2016 and ended in 2022, 2023. And the curriculum that we used in this particular project was the UNESCO ICT Competency Framework for Teachers for Professional Development. And it was around the pedagogy and content development for the teachers, and a lot of emphasis on embedding 21st century skills in the teacher practices, active participation in the classroom, and having the learner at the center of it. Our strategy for successful and sustainable implementation of this particular project is we adopted institutionalization, where we worked with ministries of education at the county and the national level. And then there was whole school planning, where we never left anyone behind. We worked with the BOM, Board of Management at the school, and the PTA, and also the school leadership, the principal. Beyond that, we also worked with STEM teachers. Like I mentioned, E stood for English in our STEM. We assigned 10 teachers in this, and then we had a school-based coordinator. We adopted a blended approach where we met with our teachers face-to-face, and most of the time we engaged them on a Moodle platform for chats and discussion forums. So the teacher development approach, sorry about that, ensured that our teachers are equipped appropriately with the skills that they needed to raise the quality of education through a use of tech. So we worked, like I mentioned, in Kenya, Tanzania, and Cote d'Ivoire. In Kenya, we were in 4 counties, Narok, Nyamira, Taita Taveta, and Kiambu. And in all these schools, we had 10 teachers and 1 school-based coordinators. The teachers were in English, biology, chem, and mathematics. And due to the rate of transfer of teachers, so our teachers kept coming in and going out, so we had a continuous training. And we had lesson observations just to make sure that the teachers are doing what was appropriate within. So every time we had a school visit. Like I mentioned, we incorporated institutionalization. So anytime we visited schools, we would go with an education officer. For the basic reason so that we are walking the talk with the Ministry of Education. So how this was done is it was a first project, so that in cycle 1, our teachers went through technology literacy, knowing how to use the computer. Then the cycle 2 was knowledge deepening, problem-based learning, project-based learning. Cycle 3, we made sure that the teachers were able to create content using the Moodle. I will share with you a link of where our resources, the content that our teachers made at some point later. Then for the school, we adopted again a 3-phased, where as we got into our schools, we assessed them for E-enabled status. E-enabled status meant that the school has the E-infrastructure in place, basic, like a computer lab. In the second year, for them to qualify for E-confident, then the schools had to have at least, and we encouraged them to have some infrastructure, ICT infrastructure, like PowerPoint projectors, extra laptops, extra computers, minus what we found in the schools at that particular time. By the time our schools were graduating at E-mature, which was the highest level of maturity or the highest level of attainment in this particular model, then the schools had to have an E-infrastructure. If I walked into the school, then I would find the school login, so that the student is able to log in as they get in, and the staff are also able to do that as they get in, so that we know who is in school, who's not in school at a particular time. The school administration had to have a CCTV camera to monitor what is going on around the school. That was immature. The teachers, our STEM particularly, each and every teacher was supposed to have a laptop so that they are able to project their lessons and use simulations, because we had taken them through a rigorous process of how to do this, including content development. And within this, we were not leaving the students behind. We encourage a lot of presentations. So if I was observing a lesson, I would want to see more of the students and less of the teacher. So the students will be doing a lot of presentations. The teacher makes the presentation. The student presents within the class, at least with the assistance of the teacher. So in 2021, 2022, so we made sure that all our teachers, 800 of them in Kenya, had the technology literacy, knowledge deepening content, and also they were able to create content using the platforms that we had availed to them. And for the school, we made sure that they had passed through the E-initial stage, went through the E-enabled stage, and graduated to the E-confident, and then we gave certificates for E-mature. We also gave certificates for these teachers who attained knowledge creation, and with that, they presented these certificates to the TSC, and most of them have got promotions. So I think that was also good for this particular project. And the components were virtual learning environment. We encourage the use of a lot of online education resources like the FET. Yesterday, I saw someone presenting that and I was happy. And we adopted TPAC, 21st century skills. We encouraged that within the lesson. We wanted to see how the students were communicating, creative thinking, problem solving was happening within the lessons. And then the lesson planning and presentations. And then there was teacher reflection. How was my lesson? And then there was also peer-to-peer review. And there was a course outline at the end of it with a guidance on how to do this for adoption on sustainability. So the design, like I have mentioned, I think was, we used the curriculum which is already available by UNESCO. And we went through those phases. And then after that, we came up with a framework for a whole school development, digital schools of distinction. So if you were to have a digital schools of distinction, what are the components or what are the parameters that you need to work with? And then the schools also followed a digital roadmap for progressive transformation. So we have this, which is adoptable for any other institution that may wish to have their schools into digital schools. Thereafter, so at the immature, the schools must have a vision, a strategy for an ICT integration, because without a strategy, I don't think this is possible. And schools should be able to integrate ICT within their curriculum. If you went to the schools that we worked with, you'll find their policy at the gate. And the teachers are integrating technology within their lessons. And they have the ICT resources, because like I mentioned before, you can't do this without those resources. So what we did is that we supported them with 5 laptops, 3 internet routers, and 2 projectors. Why we were doing it minimally was to give them that appetite, know how to use it and see if it works for you, then we want to see you scaling it up. So after 3, 4, 5 years, we want to make sure that at least you have doubled, tripled, or have more. And then schools must also demonstrate an understanding that ICT improves the quality of learning. So as a teacher, you should be able to stand and say, yes, this happens, because the challenge we always have with tech is how do I convince a teacher that the B's that are coming out of the grade B's that are coming out are because of the computer. It could be because of anything else. So teachers must be able to speak for themselves and say that it has worked, it has indeed transformed their teaching. So these are the outcomes in terms of numbers. How did we gain the traction? How did we gain the number of teachers? It's because of the drop. That's why we had more teachers. And our call to action, just in a minute, is that digital education should feature centrally at the national education. So we are encouraging governments this has worked. It is tested and it has worked. So we encourage then schools should adopt digital schools of distinction framework by JC, because it is there. Then focus on ICT competency for growth of teachers through a phased training, like what we were doing. And then we should also prioritize improving teacher and learning in STEM subjects to address the historically low uptake in these areas, specifically by girls. I attended the girls in STEM, and everybody was wondering, why is it that girls shy out of the STEM subjects? It could be because their teachers are also, the STEM teachers are male. So they do not have role models. So we need to start speaking a different language on this. And then ADSI, African Digital Schools Initiative, encourages private sector participation. We keep talking about we do not have infrastructure, we do not have technology, we do not have internet, we do not have electricity. So how can we partner with private sectors to support us with this, to support us with teacher training, and also to support in scaling this beautiful innovation, because we only worked in 20 schools, for example, here in Kenya. So how do we scale this up? If there is an opportunity, we are here. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. Please sit down for a few minutes. If there are questions, we're going to respond to them quickly. We've listened to the wonderful initiative, the e-school, Global e-school initiative, presented by our colleague, and of course, which is focused on building teachers' capacity. And of course, research has demonstrated that there is no educational system that can rise above the quality of the teachers. So teacher training is critical in the development in the success and sustainability of any digital initiative in our educational system. I would like to take maybe 2 or 3 questions, if there are any. But okay, can you please, someone take a microphone to her?
Yes, thank you for the great presentation. It looks like a great initiative. I was just wondering, you talked about the 3 different cycles as you're going through from the initial stage to when that school becomes immature. Do you do any monitoring and evaluation once you have designated a school as immature? I know typically with teacher trainings, sometimes they'll go through the trainings, but it doesn't always stick, even if you followed them through those 3 stages. So how do you monitor a school after they've become immature?
Just take down your questions. In the absence of other questions, probably, yes, Jensen?
Thank you for the presentation. You mentioned you reached, or the program reached 80 schools in Kenya. Were there any built-in measures for scaling this initiative to other schools in this program?
Thank you. Now let me just quickly add my own questions to the series of questions that have come in from the floor. You want to ask a question? Okay.
Thank you very much for the presentation. My own question is, I think this pilot project, do you have intention of scaling to other countries other than the ones you have just concluded with? Thank you.
That's fine. Let me just quickly add my own question so that she responds all at once. The first question I would like to find out from my able presenter is, what are the requirements to become part of the Global School Initiative? Who fund the initiative? And finally, how does the e-school initiative fit in the national ICT strategy and curriculum? So I give you the floor to provide a response to these questions.
Thank you, and thank you for those questions. So I'll start with the first one. How do we monitor the achievement of these levels? How we were monitoring is we visited these schools termly, like I mentioned, and we gave them 5 laptops. So every visit, I would expect at least an additional laptop, an additional projector. We also made sure that we're having communications with the teachers so that we get to know exactly what is going on at the school. So we had a rubric where we would check all the requirements that are in the school. At the end of it, we would go to the school and count physically what is it that is there, what is missing. So that's how we were monitoring this. Then the second one was, how did we scale to, we only worked with in 80 schools, so what about scaling? I will wrap that with a question that has been asked by our moderator, and this project was funded by MasterCard Foundation. And after the years, or after the final year of the project, we didn't get a scale up. So therefore, that's why we are here and asking if there's anyone who's interested in this model, because it's tested and working. we could scale it up. We are interested in scaling it up, but we do not have the funds. So that's why we cannot go to the other countries or the other counties in Kenya. Then the other question is who funded? I mentioned, how does it fit within ICT? Yeah, how does it fit within the national ICT policy? In Kenya, our ICT policy 2007 encourages the use of tech in the schools. Unfortunately, the government is not providing this infrastructure. So we have private-public partnership. And that's why we are coming in with this technology and capacity to support the government in rolling out this initiative. Within the curriculum, we are using tech to assist because as we are using this technology, it doesn't come in silo. It comes infused within the curriculum. If I'm teaching physics, for example, how do I bring in PhET for that particular content to make my learners able to learn? Yeah, so we use technology seamlessly within the lesson. It doesn't come as an independent entity into the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A last round of applause for her. We are welcoming on stage our second speaker, who is going to be no other person but our own able Mr. Silas Wabuti. His paper is going to focus on scaling up teacher empowerment for competence-based education implementation in Kenya. May I gently remind you that Mr. Silas is a curriculum support officer with the Teachers Service Commission in Kenya here. Thank you very much. Let us welcome him on stage.
Good morning, STEMtastic. Good morning.
Morning, STEMtastic.
Yeah, this jargon is very interesting. I'm happy to be moderated by Professor Michael from Cameroon. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Silas Bwakali Wabuti, a curriculum support officer with the Teachers Service Commission based in Kakamega County. I wish to invite you to this engagement on a topic titled Scaling Up Teacher Empowerment for Effective Competence-Based Implementation in Kenya and beyond, because I know we are living in the 21st century where we have the 7 core competencies, and so these issues cut across even Africa and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, my motivation to present this topic follows my practical engagement in curriculum support for the last 8 years. I have taught for the last 37 years, and now in curriculum support, I have done it for 8 years. And out of the experience, I wish to bring these thoughts to you. And I am here to say that as much as we have done retooling of our teachers and giving capacity building, especially in the competence-based curriculum, there is need to scale up teacher empowerment. We are moving as a country from the 844 system of education, which has served us for the last 35 years. Just imagine, 35 years. And now we are coming to a competence-based educational curriculum at this time. During transition, there are a number of challenges that we do experience as a country, and I believe this cuts across even in Africa and beyond. And during this transition from the 844 system of education to the competence-based education, the role of teachers is quite critical. I want to say that, and it has been said here already, that the teachers are the road, the rubber where it meets the road, isn't it? That without the teachers who are empowered, we are not going to realize our aspirations as a country in the education sector. And therefore, empowered teachers or educators are so critical. And again, our success will hinge on teacher training, the kind of training that is offered in our training institutions, the kind of resources that are being given, and the ongoing support. This roadmap, ladies and gentlemen, addresses a number of challenges that as a country, Kenya, and I believe shared even on the continent and beyond, some of the challenges that we face in the implementation of a new curriculum. And we also want to share some of the innovations and offers strategies that can help us in scaling up teacher empowerment in the effective implementation of the competence-based education in Kenya. There are quite a number of challenges which have also been shared here. And one of them is uneven teacher preparation. I want to state that despite the fact that we have trained, and myself am involved in the training of our teachers at primary, at the junior school, and this August we are beginning to retool or to train teachers in the competence-based education. But I want to observe that practical on the ground, you find that there is uneven teacher preparation. And that's why I'm appealing for scaling up on teacher empowerment. Only 45% of teachers are confident in the CB lessons. There are also training gaps, especially in the rural areas, as opposed to the urban settings. The resource disparities are there in terms of infrastructure, in terms of the human resources. Only 68% lack materials. 68% of our teachers lack materials in terms of resources. 22% have digital access, leaving about 78%. They don't have digital access as we are talking about this. And remember, in the core competencies, we have digital literacy. Ladies and gentlemen, unless we do something in terms of scaling up on teacher empowerment, we may not be able to actualize this. Ladies and gentlemen, there still are assessment uncertainties in the CBE. Why? We have been used to content-based assessment as opposed to the competence-based assessment. And therefore, we must be very clear here. We must be able to empower teachers on how to come up with the various capacities to assist our teachers within the competence-based curriculum, like development of the assessment rubrics, how to be able to administer them and be able to make the scores recorded. Ladies and gentlemen, I want us during this presentation to look at some of the solutions that can help to scale up teacher empowerment in Kenya and beyond. One of them, and I'm very happy that during this symposium, a lot has been talked about technology. Technology. And I believe through technology, we can be able to empower our teachers so that they can be able to deliver on their mandate. We're talking about technological solutions. And one of them that I want to share here, ladies and gentlemen, is the use of what we call the virtual labs. In Kenya, some statistics have been shared that about 1,600 schools, in the high schools that is, the senior schools that are going to be, they lack laboratories. How can we employ technology in addressing that challenge? And one of them is the use of the virtual labs. This is a very workable solution. And again, we have talked about artificial intelligence. If the teachers can be empowered on how to utilize this kind of platforms, I believe we can do much better. Number two, I want to talk about the integration of the competence-based effectiveness into the teacher performance appraisals. Here in Kenya, we have a tool called TPAD, Teacher Performance Appraisal and Development. This is a very good tool. And if we are able, and it helps to focus our teachers, it helps to empower them, it helps them to deliver on curriculum delivery. And we are saying that if we integrated CBE effectiveness into the teacher performance appraisals, this can help us to ensure that teachers are empowered and they're able to deliver on their mandate. Number three, we are talking about practical models. And here there are quite a number of models that we can be able to impress, like in the planning, in the implementation, and in the evaluation of our curriculum. Ladies and gentlemen, here under implementation, I want to make an observation that even we as the curriculum support officers, we monitor and support teachers at institution level. And even we can be able to model a lesson, and the teachers can be able to pick the best practices from them. And this is a very, very good solution to empower our teachers so that they are able to deliver on their mandate. Number 4, conducting regular CBE sensitizations, workshops, trainings. You know, this is very critical, and this can help in addressing the gaps that are there in the teacher empowerment, because we have to empower our teachers so that they are able to be sensitized on the emerging issues that are there in the education sector now that we are implementing a new curriculum or education system in Kenya. Number 5, promotion of collaborative planning and co-teaching within schools. I have seen this work, and I'm suggesting this to all of us even here, that when we go back to our countries, we can be able to employ this kind of an approach to ensure that our teachers are empowered. We are scaling up in terms of their power to implement the curriculum. Collaborative planning, we are talking about an event planning. So teachers come together in a given subject area, and they are able to plan together and even co-teach. Establish and fully equip the CBE school-based resource hubs. And this is another very good strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share with us a 4-pillar strategy for success. One of them is teacher development. And under this, we are saying there must be a realignment in the pre-service and the in-service so that the competence-based education practices can be brought into the training component. Mentorship is a critical component. Ladies and gentlemen, the experienced teachers should be able to mentor the less experienced teachers. Systemic support, having coaching, developing the professional learning communities, and having close supervision, especially from the education, the field of SAST, education sector, can be able to supervise schools so that they are able to identify where there are gaps and they are able to mitigate them. Resource provision, development of the resource toolkits, and especially on the component of financing and digital expansion are so critical. Issues of policy have been discussed this morning, and we need also to ensure we have very clear policies, guidelines, creating awareness among the teachers, and developing the various partnerships will be very critical. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, we must prepare for change. We gathered here for the Africa Symposium of 2025, and we are saying all the innovation that have been shared here, we need to share those innovations back at school, back in our countries, to ensure that those innovations of technological innovations, of artificial intelligence, and so on, we can be able to share them to address the issue of teacher empowerment. And collaborations across the country. There are countries that have had to implement the competence-based education ahead of us as Kenya. Among them, of course, Rwanda, Malaysia, Singapore, and so on. We can be able to borrow something and collaborate with them. And most importantly, we have to address the practical classroom challenges and realities that do exist. And ladies and gentlemen, actionable recommendations as we gather here at this symposium. For the participants, we are talking about identifying global innovations. The innovation that we have talked about, we need to identify them and put them to practice. It's not just about identification, but putting them into practice or action is what is very important. And for the leaders, we prepare for workshops, we prepare for capacity building programs to empower our teachers. And to the teachers, I want to encourage them to join the webinars and the dialogues and the professional learning communities, and that will be able to scale up their ability to implement the curriculum. Looking ahead, the implementation and success depends on the practical uptake of the symposium outcomes. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya, among others, has the potential to lead in the CBE implementation through proactive strategies. And I'm not saying just Kenya. We are saying Africa now. We are on a platform for Africa. That Africa can be able to lead in the competence-based education implementation in the world if we can be able to employ proactive strategies. I thank you, and I welcome any questions if there are.
Thank you very much, Mr. Silas, for your eloquent presentation. Just sit down for any questions. Thank you so much for the in-depth presentation that clearly shows the pathway to follow in order to scale up the implementation of competence-based education. Of course, in our today's society, for us to train children or train our students to get recruited in the industry, our learners needs to go through CBE because we learned in the previous session, during the policy session, how policies are actually put in place to drive this kind of initiatives. Thank you so much. Do we have questions? If you have any question, please just indicate. Yeah. Take the microphone to them.
Thank you, sir, for that wonderful presentation. My question is about professional learning communities. What is the process of setting them up, and how do we ensure they are sustained? Thank you.
Thank you.
Kennedy Kivonia, a teacher in Kenya. Thank you, Bwana Silas, for the powerful presentation. Silas is also a dance mate. We've been doing the jing in the morning together. A TPAND, as he has articulated, is one of the teacher development strategies in Kenya. And it is one of the tools that has really helped to develop the Kenyan teacher. But then I have this question: how is the ministry, or what parameters are in place by the ministry to ensure that TPAND is embraced not just for compliance but for competence, so that there is posterity and that it brings out the desirable results in the teacher? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you as well. I'm also a teacher in Kenya, working in a secondary school. I'm asking because my colleagues have yet to receive any training about CBE in one of these workshops. So we know that CBE is coming to secondary schools next year. So what are the plans to expand those teacher trainings so that they get that training in advance of CBE coming to the school?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. My name is Divine, and I'm from Ghana. Let me take it from Ghana. We also started rolling out a similar program recently. We call it competence-based curriculum. That started in 2019. One of the lessons we've learned, even as we try to review it after 6 years of implementation, is that it took time for teaching and learning resources to accompany the curriculum implementation. In fact, 5 years on, we have not still fully had teaching and learning resources in the classroom to ensure full implementation. So I want to find out, even as you are rolling out this, what is government's commitment or what has been done so far to ensure that resources that are needed to ensure the effectiveness in the implementation of this particular CBE are available? What resources are available, or what is government's commitment to that, so that teachers can have the materials readily available for effective implementation? Thank you.
The last question.
Hello, I'm Monica from Ray Lioton Foundation. My question is, what is the role of TSC or the government in trying to partner with these private sectors? There's so many organizations here doing teachers' capacity building. So how, what are your plans in working with these organizations to be able to implement that strategy and not go out of CBC so much? Thank you.
Thank you. Before Silas proceeds to responding to these questions, the moderator also have a question. In Africa, our classrooms are always very overcrowded, and the implementation of CBE in such classroom is quite an issue. I wish to find out from Mr. Silas how, if they have overcrowded classroom scenarios, and how do they manage to implement CBE in such classrooms? Over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Allow me to begin with the first question about professional learning communities, the process of establishing them. Our practice here in Kenya is that we encourage teachers, even at institutional level, to establish a WhatsApp platform where teachers can be able to share experiences and best practices in various learning areas or subjects for that matter. We also scale it up to what you call the cluster. A few schools, 3, 4, 5 schools coming together, and they're able to form a professional learning community again, and they are able to share their experiences at that stage. And even we scale it up to what you call the zonal levels. And we again have teachers, and especially in specific learning areas, they can develop and share experiences, challenges, best practices, and so on. And this has really worked. We as the curriculum support officers, and I'm one of them, we monitor the same. We are part of those professional learning communities, and we continue giving our input for sustainability, because if you leave the teachers alone, they may not be able to continue with the practice. But it's a very important platform that can help even to scale up the teacher empowerment in the implementation of the curriculum. I want to go to question number 2, the issue of TPAD. Now, TPAD was established by the Teachers Service Commission. It is not by the Ministry of Education. It was established under Regulation 52. And the whole thing was about developing the teachers, focusing them to ensure that they are able to deliver on their mandate. And I want to say that it's working. And that's why in my presentation, I gave a proposal that the competent-based education should be anchored in the TPAD. And this will help the teachers to be empowered to deliver on their mandate. Number 3 question was about what plans are being put in place to help prepare the senior school teachers. In Kenya, in fact, already a program has been rolled out. This August, we are beginning to train our senior school teachers on the competence-based education. We began at primary, we moved to junior school, and now we are moving to the senior school, which are the high school teachers. And in this August in Kenya, we are beginning our retooling of the senior school teachers in readiness for the rollout of the senior school in next year. The question of CBC, CBE, yes, about the resources, what government is doing. Of course, I want to respond by saying when we began the competence-based education, we used also to call it the competence-based curriculum. But again, because of reviews and public participation, they say it should not be called competence-based curriculum, but instead be called competence-based education, because education is slightly a wider subject and curriculum is just part of it. And therefore, I want to say that the government of Kenya is helping in the provision of books. All schools are supplied with textbooks in all learning areas. And that's a government initiative, and I want to appreciate that. And also the tablets, for digital literacy were supplied to all schools. The only challenge that there is that the tablets also had a lifespan. Some of them have stopped functioning. And that's where partnerships need to come in, so that if there's anybody who can supply new tablets, it will be very good. But I can assure you that in digital literacy space, the government supplied tablets to all children across the country. The government is also constructing laboratories. And the other day, the Minister for Education was talking about establishing 1,600 laboratories across the country for those schools that don't have laboratories. But still, I said, we are talking about the technology, isn't it? to be able to mitigate that. The government is also building classrooms across the country. Ladies and gentlemen, the role of TSC in private partnership. I can tell you that during the trainings, we don't train the public school teachers alone. We also train the private school teachers. And ladies and gentlemen, crowded classrooms, you talked about it, Prof. There is an initiative that we are now using in Kenya today. That is what you call live lessons streaming. That one teacher in Alliance High School can be able to teach several schools, you know, so that even if the children are crowded, it is possible that we can be able to reach all of them. I want to thank you.
Thank you so much. A hand of applause to Mr. Silas. That was the right person speaking to us as a full-time practitioner in the area. Thank you so much. I want to welcome on stage Mark Donat Chiechi and Samuel Kayuju. They are going to talk to us. They're going to present their paper, Bridging the Digital Divide, Advancing STEM Learning Through Local Leadership and Technology Integration. You have the floor, gentlemen. Both of you have just 8 minutes to tell us what your findings are all about. Then we have 8 minutes to interact with you. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. All protocols observed. STEMtastic, good morning. Yes, my name is Samuel Kinyanjui from Taita Taveta. I'm here courtesy of Sivuria, Kenya. And my friend here is?
McDonald Chirchir.
Thank you. Now, the Sivuria is what I normally call the STEM Learning Messiah. And it is bridging the digital divide through advancing STEM learning through local leadership and technology integration. I've heard all of us are talking about technology integration into our classrooms because our main target is the learner. But for we to reach the learner, we have to go through the teacher. So this is why we have Sivuria in place. And we have a team of tech champions and principals together with our executive director, Mary Margaret Welch. So we have a main mission of bridging education divide by ensuring that we partner with the teachers. We have around 10 Sivuria schools to bring in access to high quality STEM education. And the vision here is a future where every student matters in our hands, and we want to see them fitting very well into the rapidly growing technology world by giving them cutting-edge technology in education. So, before this became a reality, we had faced a lot of challenges. Do you know that in many rural schools, teachers are teaching without technology, teachers are teaching without labs, and we are talking about science. So there are no hands-on. There is nothing that can be used for the students to show how cell division happens. They cannot be able to understand radioactivity. They cannot be able to understand Charles' law, Hooke's law, and all these things. But now, again, these challenges that we saw led us to realizing that majority of our, especially the girls, were not graduating from STEM-related careers. It was a big challenge. There was a limited internet access in our schools. We had a lot of frequent blackouts. We had a lot of, no ICT tools in our classrooms, and these actually widened the digital divide that we really are trying to bridge. So, as that one happened, we can see the learners lacking access to tools and all that, and then now we want to ensure that there is equity through access, that all the learners are able to access to the tools. We don't want to see the teacher standing in front of the learners and talking. We don't want to come to class with a laptop and a projector to talk to the learners. We want to give the laptops to the learners for them to interact with what we want them to learn so that they can make their own discoveries. But now we have to, first of all, make sure that we have empowered the teacher through training in what we are going to explain as we move on with our slides. Remember that there is a quote here from the United Nations Secretary General, and we can all read together. Let us read together. Bridging the digital divide in developing countries means ensuring everyone has access to the transformative power of technology, not just the privileged few, allowing them to participate fully in our global economy and society. Thank you for reading with us. Now, this is how Sivuria Technology Initiative grew back in 2012, where we started. We had classrooms without all these things that I've talked about. But again, we used to have annual STEM training for STEM teachers. And here, we train them on the use of simple tools like the RetroPie, the use of MiFi, but these things had a lot of challenges. What happens post-COVID is now we upgraded into Zoom meetings where STEM teachers now come together in a Zoom meeting. They are trained on hands-on activities, how to code, how to upload maybe lessons into a device we call the Retro Plus, like the one we have carried here, so that when they go into classroom, this device can connect up to around 50 computers. So if I have 45 learners in class, and we have provided them, by the way, through grants and all that, they have the devices in class. I'll just switch it on, then I give them a code, they join. Then there are lessons we design with the teachers during the professional learning communities. Now we bring them back into classroom with close monitoring. Like personally in my school, I do it for my colleagues in STEM2C, and then we also do lesson studies for one another to ensure that these tools are being done, which also take care of the student safety, okay? So we are able to look at all this to ensure that our students enjoy these services, like the faith simulation, all of them are embedded in here. Why? We wanted to bridge the the learning gaps, to foster the 21st century skills like the innovations and problem solving, enhance engagement in class. We want to see the learners engaged through sense-making strategies to boost teacher efficacy. We want to drive STEM education because if it cannot be driven, then it cannot drive itself. We want to eradicate technophobia, especially with the millennials. You know what is happening. Those who are in those classrooms know what is happening. Then we want to build a lot of confidence. So I welcome my friend to continue on foundation, infrastructure, and support.
Okay, thank you once again. So I will take you through Sivuria 4-pillar approach, whereby we provide technology tools, and we not only provide technology tools, but also we ensure that in our classroom and in all the tuition area we have access to internet, whereby we not only focus on providing internet, but also the safety of the learners, whereby through partnership with local ISPs, we have introduced a firewall, an acceptable user policy that ensures that all learners are safe when they are using these technology tools. Also, as my colleague introduced, the Rachel Plus, so learners can interact with Rachel Plus after the normal lessons through Open Labs. So in all our 10 Sivuria schools, we have a program known as Open Lab, whereby learners come interact with this device because this device is safe. You know, our learners, when you leave them with internet, they can divert and do other things. So Rachel Plus assists us a lot. So in your devices, in your phone, you can go to the Wi-Fi and you will see a Rachel Plus. You will log in and you will get to see the content in that Rachel Plus. So maybe I can give you a web address so that you can log in and see the content that learners interact. So the web address is 192.168.88.1. So when you log in, you are able to access the virtual content. Sorry for that. So, okay, so you can go to 192.168.1.88, .1. But ensure that you connect first before logging in. So next is capacity building. We normally have PLCs, monthly PLCs, whereby teachers meet, interact through workshops, Zoom for virtuals. And then also as mentors, we meet, that's the teachers, they meet monthly, they train, and then they impart the same knowledge to the teachers, who in turn will transfer to the student. We have partners with Telcom, whereby they are building masts around Taita Taveta, so that we have stable and affordable internet, so that teachers and learners can use in their classroom. Also, we have partnered with the Ministry of Education in integration of ICT in teaching. Also, we have partnered with Taita Taveta University through training of teachers on use of technology. Remember, we want to offer quality STEM. And then the last one is sustainability.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. McDonald and Mr. Samuel. Unfortunately, we don't have time on our path, on our site. We are running out of time, and they've just given us a brief rundown of what needs to be done in order to breach the digital divide that is really an issue in Africa. If you were keen to listen to their presentation, you probably have a question to ask them. Yes, please. Please take the microphone to him. Thank you.
How much does it cost per student? That's the question.
Thank you so much, Mike. Another question right from behind.
Oh, my question is how, you say you partner with Ministry of Education, you work with 10 schools. How do you, and you hold monthly sessions? So are there sessions, because we've had difficulty working with the teachers, one, because you have to support reimbursement money, I would say resources. So how do you converge the sessions, and do you support the teachers coming for the sessions? And also for the online sessions, do you offer bundles or internet? Thank you. Access.
The last question. Come here in front.
Thank you. That's a brilliant presentation. I just have one question. How do you motivate these teachers? Because there is usually difficulty in bringing teachers to use tech.
Thank you so much. I
Maybe
think
one more.
those...
Just one more from me.
Okay.
Yeah. How many users does the device carry?
He said 50.
50. Okay.
Okay, you have the floor, gentlemen. You got the microphone directly in front of you.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe there is a question that was asked on cost per student. I don't think I got it very clearly, but if you are talking about charging the students, we are not charging them, but we get grants so that the tools can be bought for the learners. Or you want to clarify? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. So we work with what we have based on the number of the students. So let's say we have 10 devices. So we will distribute based on the number of or the population in that school. Thank you.
Maybe there you can have time to have more in-depth conversation with them, because I get the impression that they're not picking out exactly what you want to know. Yes, other questions, respond rapidly. We don't have time on that part. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. For the motivation for teachers, the first thing that motivates a teacher is performance. Before we look at other parameters. Number one, bringing it into the school level where we meet as leaders, we design maybe for the next PLC, what are we going to train our teachers on? Then we make them aware of what we are going to train them on. We bring them on board in an online session, around 95 teachers to 100. And then after that, now they break back to their schools where they have PLC leaders. With the PLC leaders, they are able to bring into classroom what they learned online by first of all planning together per group in the STEM subjects, and then now they dash into the classrooms. To motivate them about maybe bundles, they don't need bundles because we have provided internet access in all our Sivuria schools, and we have erected masts, so internet is stable. They are using Chromebooks, they can be charged, and they can be used for around 5 to 6 hours. So there is no problem about maybe power or something. So it requires some preparation for them to go there. Then they are motivated with something little so that they can buy some biscuits while they are going home. In Kenya, they call it chai. Not
Okay.
to, yeah.
Thank you. A round of applause for them. Thank you so much. Can you please just move down? We now welcome on stage Mr. Norm Johnson. Jensen. Is it Johnson or Jensen? Okay. He's going to present his paper on blended continuous professional development for teacher empowerment. Strategy. That's fine. Over to you. Got the floor.
Thank you, Prof. Michael. Let's appreciate also our moderator. I know it's not easy to make us stick to 8 minutes. It feels like running a sprint. My name is indeed Noam Janssens. That's the Dutch version of Johnson, so you were quite close. I'm a strategic education advisor for VVOB, and I'm here to talk about blended learning for unlocking the power of professional development. So I want to share our piece of the puzzle of this teacher empowerment puzzle that we are building here. Let me just start quickly with a vision of our organization, because every great organization has a vision and mission. So VVOB contributes to an equitable world in which governments are capacitated to respect, protect, and fulfill the right to quality education. So the way we do that is to partner with ministries of education to strengthen systems for professional development for teachers and school leaders. We align ourselves obviously to the Sustainable Development Goal for quality education, and also our strategic vision horizon lies at the same deadline as the Sustainable Development Goals, which is which year? Who can say that? 2030, indeed, just like the Kenyan vision, 2030. Today I want to talk about specifically about blended continuous professional development. It was already mentioned in the first presentation, this blended learning approach. And we at VVOB, we have developed a blend-on guide to support institutions, government institutions or education institutions to actually implement such a blended professional development. But first of all, what are we talking about if we are talking about blended CPD? So one important aspect is that it's a trajectory, a learning trajectory of continuous professional development over a considerable amount of time. because we noticed that for a lot of professional development interventions, it is quite limited in time, which is difficult to actually develop competencies as a teacher. So if you have to go to a training that only lasts for 3 days, it serves more as a sensitization than actual a training where you develop competencies. So we want to complement those trainings with a blended CPT trajectory that lasts longer than that. And also it's a combination of pedagogy, technology, and also modalities. So if you mix those three, you get a blended CPT trajectory. Now, those three elements leaves room for a lot of different types of a blended CPT. So it doesn't mean only one thing, it can mean very many different things. And why are we championing blended CPD? Because first of all, we want to address the educator's professional development needs that currently exist. I mentioned the sustainable development goals. Unfortunately, we are not on track to reach them in 2030, and one of the great challenges is teacher empowerment. So there are professional development needs, and we want to address them in a meaningful way, so that it improves their practice and that it leads to improved learning outcomes. We have seen globally an accelerated shift, it has been mentioned as well, to this type of learning during the pandemic that we have faced in 2019. Why do we think blended CPD works? Because it combines actually the best of two worlds. We still think in-person professional development is important. You have the benefits of peer learning, of practical exercises, of real higher level learning. And you can also combine with online learning, where you have more of the cognitive type of learning, knowledge transfer. And we want to maximize the advantage of each modality. There are a lot of potential benefits, but there are also some common pitfalls in such a approach. So here is an example of a blended CPD trajectory, where you start on the left with an in-person orientation to really get onboarded on such a course. Then you get an online module where you focus on knowledge and understanding. You continue with bridging activities where you do deeper reflections on your practice, and you then continue with further with an in-person module session where you exchange with your peers, where you can practice and further continue with assignments. So that's just an example. So what are like some of those benefits and pitfalls? We know that a CPD trajectory is effective when it leads to sustainable changes in the teacher's knowledge, skills, and attitudes. So to achieve that, you need to be very careful in designing your CPD trajectory. We know for online learning, attrition rates are higher. We observed dropouts in our pilots when the CPD trajectory leans more to online learning. We also know, and that applies to also today in-person sessions, attendance is not necessary participation. So make sure that you have the modalities incorporated that include participation. Participation also doesn't necessarily mean change. So you need to speak to the attitude of participants to really achieve change. There are also some secondary benefits, like the improvement of digital skills of participants who participate in blended CPD. So I mentioned VVOB has developed a blend guide for institutions to implement such a trajectory and to take into account all those considerations that I made. But we didn't do it alone. It was with a whole group of organizations from the north and south, a global learning, who went through a global learning trajectory, sharing those experiences of all those organizations that went through these kind of blended CPD trajectories. And from that came the Blend On Guide. You can scan this QR code or you can go to blendon.org. It's available for everybody for free. It's an interactive guide. You can click on it to navigate the PDF. And if you want to know more about it, you can also visit our booth here on the STEMtastic Symposium from VVOB. So I just wanted to show a small short video. It's like 2-3 minutes, if it works. Well, okay, then what I want to suggest is you go to the blendon.org page and you click on About. There you will find the same video. So you can go through the video at your own pace. That's also blended learning.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Welcome to the end of your presentation.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Maybe let me just continue to the last page so you can ask your questions.
Okay, thank you. We're really running out of time. I want to thank Jensen for the wonderful presentation. And of course, you'll be bubbling with questions. I see so many hands being raised. I will just ask our assistant to rush behind with the microphones. We'll take just three questions for Mr. Jensen.
Hello, Peter from Finland. Thank you for a very interesting presentation. What are the 3 most important slides you would like to show us still in the rest of your presentation? Because I think this needs to be talked about. And then you could also answer, what is a competence? Because this might also be still unclear. I know it is back in Finland and Europe, so maybe we have the same thing here. Going for content to competency. What is happening? Thank you.
Yes. Someone from this side?
I have a mic, so I'll just go. Hi, I'm Nema from Imagine Worldwide, and I'm curious how you facilitate asynchronous learning on this continent where many schools, most schools, and therefore most teachers are still in offline environments.
Thank you. The last question.
Yeah, I was just wondering, what is the criteria for collaborating with VVOB? Is it purely through a government organization, or can private sector or international aid organizations also collaborate with VVOB?
Thank you. That last question speaks my mind, so I'm not going to ask that question anymore. Over to you.
Does this work? Yeah. Okay, let me do it chronologically. So what is a competence? We define a competence. That was the question, right?
What was the best 3 slides?
Oh, yeah. Well, the one I went to give you a takeaway 10 best practices. It will take me longer than my allowed time to go over them. So you can take a picture, but I think I will address some of them while answering these questions.
And now the good thing is that they have a stand outside, and so if you cannot answer the questions here, you can always meet them by the stand.
Yes. But yeah, I think, okay, maybe I'll come back to some of them. But yeah, we define competence by the combination of change in knowledge, attitude, and skills. So in a blended CPD trajectory, it's important that those three are addressed. So as I mentioned, you won't see much change if you don't change the attitude of your participants or influence it. So you have to speak to the heart, you have to speak to the mind, and you have to also make people give participants the opportunity to practice. So those are important aspects, and that relates to the first point here, adult learning principles. One of the main intrinsic motivators of our adult learners is if the content speaks to their practice, if it's relevant and if it's real world context, and it relates to their prior experience. So one of the benefits of blended CPD is when you bring those participants together, you leverage their experience and expertise. We have piloted here in Kenya within the Increase program, which is a program on supporting the CBE implementation, targeting junior school leaders, and they are the experts. They're the on the ground. What was it called? The street agents this morning. They are the ones who know what's happening. So we don't want learning happening in one direction. They are doing peer learning. So that is one part of that answer. Can I go to the next answer?
Just give the response to the last question.
I think the one on asynchronous learning was also quite a good question that I want to address, because we did a training needs assessment before we piloted the training with the school leaders, and there was an assumption that school leaders would have difficulties accessing an online course for that asynchronous part. But what we learned from that training needs assessment is yes, many of them don't have a laptop, and if they have, they don't really use it to access the internet. I've heard stories of laptops that were given to schools and they're being locked up very nicely to protect them, but not to being used. But what we did find out is that more than 90% of the school leaders have smartphones that they use actively to access the internet. So we took that into account, and that is one, if you go to the Blend On guide, making that analysis of the context is crucial. So we took that into account and we built an application for the Kenyan Education Management Institute. So it's the Kemi app that you can find right now in your phones on the App Store, that we have built for school leaders to access the course, the asynchronous online learning part. And that's one part of the answer to how do we make sure asynchronous learning is happening. And just one more hopeful statistic. Here in Kenya, internet penetration, at least for 3G, is like 98% of the country, like geographically.
Thank you so much, Jensen, for the attempt to respond to all the questions. And I just quickly remind ourselves that they have a booth somewhere outside, and if you didn't get a satisfactory response to your question, please kindly meet them at their booth. And I want to call on board all those who have presented. Please just come forward for the group photo. All the speakers of this session. Yes. Let's come forward. Come, describe.
we are building a forum for teachers across Africa, the Africa Teachers Forum. So I'll also be interested to talk to any of the officials here. If you'd like to get some more information on that, I'll be very happy to share with you. But with that said, I would like to check if there is one of our speakers, Faith, in the room. Faith. I think we do not have Faith in the room yet. But before I go ahead, let me just say that this session is a very important session. And Agnes is my, yes, she's supporting us to help us to stay in time. So what we want to do is, since we are missing some speakers, we would like to have a series of presentations, if you allow us. So instead of just doing the presentations and then doing questions and going to another presentation, we would like to just have a series of presentations. We'll start with our speakers on my right, and then we'll also go to Mary, and also I think we have a wonderful presentation that is also planned as well. So before they come, I just want us to acknowledge the representatives of government here. We want you to know that this is your session, and we would like to hear from you. I think a lot of the presentations are going to be coming from the work that various development partners are doing on the ground, but it will not be complete if we do not get the input of government. And I think we have that opportunity, so we'll really appreciate if after the presentations we could even pass the mics and get some input from you. It doesn't have to be a question, it can be some intervention with regards to some strategies you have in the country, some policies, or even some projects that are being implemented when it comes to the topic of youth unemployment. So with that said, I think let's also set the stage. What are we talking about today? I think we've all heard something that has been very much repeated throughout these sessions, and that is about how Africa's population is very youthful. And I think that is something that we all agree on, but there is this paper that the African Union published, and the main question that was being asked is, this youthful population that Africa has, are we going to be able to harness it for good, or is it going to become a burden? And I think that when we are trying to talk about the issue of youth unemployment, we want to ask ourselves, what are the opportunities that STEM, TVET can really create and help us to really reduce the unemployment that we have in our countries? And so I think we have great speakers today who are going to be shedding some light on the work and the examples, reference points that we can all pick from. And like I said, we will also pivot to government and try to understand from the perspective of our government representatives as well. So with that said, let's invite our first speakers to the stage to share with us. Yes, as they are coming, I would like us to give them a round of applause. Yes. Sorry, I'm going to. All right, so I'll let you introduce yourselves, and then you can go ahead with the presentation.
Good afternoon, STEMtastic. STEMtastic, good afternoon. My name is Lillian Koech from East Africa Farmers Training Institute.
Good afternoon. My name is John Kismer from Ramat Wildlife Society.
So today we are going to have a presentation on STEM Beyond Borders. We are looking at bridging indigenous knowledge and science for climate action in Africa's dry land. In this case is the central part of Kajiado. And the presenters, myself as introduced, from East Africa Farmers Training Institute and Ramat Wildlife Society. Ramat Wildlife Society and East Africa Farmers Institute fuses indigenous knowledge with modern STEM disciplines to empower youth and women among pastoralist communities. The problem that we are trying to solve as Ramat and East Africa Farmers Institute is that where we live, there is human-wildlife conflicts. And when this happens, the problem is reporting and education. The population does not know how to deal with a case of, in case of an attack by an elephant, and what follows. We don't have that knowledge. Poverty reduction among women and youth. Majority of the population is young, as we all know, poor and vulnerable. That is, they have low education levels and also the cultural practices. We also would like to reduce the impact of climate change and diversity and diversify the livelihood. We are pastoralists and we live on cattle farming. And I want to tell you that in 2022, we faced a very serious drought that wiped 70% of our livelihood. That is livestock, which has left the community very, very vulnerable in terms of economic empowerment. So I invite John to go through the learning spaces.
Thank you very much. So what we're trying to say is, how does technology actually solve people's problems? It's just not enough to say you have a good phone or you have this app or that, but how is it actually solving problems and how is it creating employment for young people? So I'm gonna tell you a bit of stories. So our strategy is, because we live in villages and in some kind of organizations around the villages. So we have villages, we have meetings. So we actually try to transform this into some kind of laboratories where we test technologies to actually solve problems that face communities. So we say we are, science is meeting traditions. So and so we're saying, how does the science that we have solve the problem of a community that continually has conflict that lives with wildlife? Because to us, people in this country, 75% of all the wildlife in Kenya live among communities, not in protected lands. So it's not the usual Masai Mara you hear. They're actually people who live with lions and elephants every day. And when we live with a hyena and who needs to eat something, you have to figure out how to survive with them. So we actually try to connect, so that make sure that we have a healthy ecosystem, because livestock needs wildlife and vice versa. And landscape that doesn't have wildlife is never really healthy for livestock. So we actually trying to see, how do we actually balance these things? One of the challenges that we've been trying to solve is to actually figure out wildlife movement. Where do elephants move from point A to B, especially in Kajiado? Because unless you know how they move, which routes they use, you'll never be able to actually alert people to say, this time around, we have elephants moving, be on the watch. So one of the things we did was, how do you use technology to actually map these wildlife movement routes? So we actually used young people to actually map, train them, give them GIS gadgets, train them, and then they sit down with their communities, because the elders already know elephants move this way, but how do you actually actualize that and put it in some kind of map? So we trained young people, we trained the elders, and then they sit down and say, let's create maps that can be used to make decision makers. So the picture you see here is we're training young people to give them these gadgets. They go around and pick up all the coordinates that they are told. Your father tells you elephants move from here to here. So they actually take the gadgets. Then they come back together and create the tools. So this map is a very important map, because for the first time in Central Kajiado, we actually have a map that tells people how wild animals move. So with that, we're able to know how do so we created a map that is now being used, one, by the government, officially, to say these are official migratory routes for wildlife. It's being used by the county government to zone the area to say this is actually an area where wild animals move, so we can put notices to make sure that people are safe. And actually right now, next month, they're gonna use it, because we've already mapped, if you see this gray area, along the highway, these are areas that are already fences, and we actually found animals that are already stuck in fences. And the government is going to use this map to actually rescue these animals and move them to another place. So for the first time, we actually have a map by the community that the government is using to actually solve some of the problems. That's one. So another way that this technology is impacting communities is what we're using called camera traps. Most animals, sometimes dangerous, like wild dogs, are actually migratory. They move from Tanzania to Kenya and back, and along the way, they eat livestock. Sometimes they hurt people. So one of the animals we have challenges with is the wild dogs. And wild dogs move in big packs of 20, 30. They can literally eat stuff. So what we've done is we train young people, like when you see, to set up camera traps in migratory. Remember the previous map we created? Now we have cameras along those corridors. So when a wild dog crosses from Serengeti, it comes to a phone. You're able to see that they've actually come. And with that, we are able to send alerts. You see like that old man actually monitoring his camera in this place. We're able to send alerts to the community to say, today we have a different species of a dangerous animal. Be on the watch out. Most of the time, wild dogs will eat cattle or goats if a child is the one taking care of those animals. So when we send alerts, we make sure that it's the adults who will actually go and look after the livestock. And for the first time since 2023, we've not had a single livestock eaten by wild dogs. And also, for the first time in many years, we've not had communities kill any wild dog because there was an alert and everybody knew what was going on. So we thought that was really, really, really good. So that's one of the rangers. Once they monitor, see the animals have come, they send SMS, everybody in the mood gets to know what's really happening, everybody stays safe. Let me move to the next one. One other thing that we found that we use technology, the same camera traps, we found that our ostrich population was disappearing because children were poaching ostrich eggs to sell in nearby towns. So the population was going down. So what we did was we went back to the schools, we formed wildlife clubs for children, we trained them to use the same cameras, and we allocated children to actually watch over the nests. And for the first time in so many years, we now have a huge growth of population of ostriches again back to the landscape. So they are no longer, since the nests are on camera, the poachers disappeared, and the children are able to monitor the animals. Now we have more ostriches than we have had before. Again, this one is about carbon and conservation. We're training, so carbon needs a lot of science to actually test. There's a lot of soil sampling that goes around before it is verified so that you get paid. And we're trained a lot of young guys to actually do the soil sampling itself before they go taken to their laboratories. And this year, using the money that we earn from the carbon credits, we're able to pay school fees for 800 children in the landscape. So it is, and that's all in the process also creating a lot of jobs for young people. So that photo there is actually an old man receiving checks for school fees for this year. So I'll call Lillian to take us to the next.
Thank you, John. Let me wind up on youth employability. We are training youth on basic skills. We, as introduced earlier, is that these are people who are in very basic training or very informal training. And what are we saying? They must be useful in the society in terms of economic or income generation. So as East Africa Farmers Training Institute, we train the youth, whatever level of their education, to ensure that they can acquire skills, basic skills like the use of drip irrigation for pasture or food production. We train youth on basic technologies that solve community challenges. We've seen the use of cameras and the apps. We also come in to reduce the losses from wildlife destruction, since there's increased livestock and crop production as a source of income for women and youth. Why we are here, we are looking for partnerships on various technologies on wildlife tracking, training, and reporting. We also look at, we are also trying to call on the like-minded partners who can be able to set up a training center with a community ICT center to train farmers on use of technology, drought management, which automatically, talking about a pastoralist community, if we can have a water pan or a borehole at a community center, when they come and water their animals, they can access internet connectivity and they can be trained. So as they're taking care of their livestock, they're also getting training on drought management, wildlife science, and such alike. So we wind up by saying where elders' wisdom meets satellites data and where village barazas become climate classrooms, that's where STEM becomes truly transformative. Thank you.
Let's give them a hand. Thank you. Thank you. Please, if you can remain on the, yes, if you can just have a seat, and we would like to maybe open the floor. I know I mentioned we would like to do a series, but I think what we've just learned and saw, it's very interesting, and I suppose you may have some questions. So let's just do that now before you sit down, if you will. Yeah, let me see. There's already a question from Mary. So Mary, over to you.
Thank you for a very inciting presentation. Being a STEM institution, we'll be interested in whether you have documented the indigenous knowledge relevant to STEM. In the current national STEM education and training policy, we have advanced our policy on tapping indigenous knowledge. So if you have documented, kindly share with us this institution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary, for that. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. So thank you again, once again, for that very insightful, as Mary has said, presentation. My name is Marjan Hamis from Masai Mara University. I was very inspired by just viewing what you guys are doing to the community. And I'd say that the first partner should be us, in terms of collaborating. We have an outreach activity that we head as a division of research, innovation, and outreach. I think it would be really good if we partner and of course assist in the areas you've mentioned. That is very key to us, and that is what we do in Narok. And yeah, maybe just a question: how do you incentivize the youth in terms of training them using the GIS technology and getting them to accept it easily? Because we have that challenge in our area. We would very much like to understand how we can approach that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a very interesting presentation. 3 things. 1, I need your contact details, so when the buffaloes come back and eat our maize, I know who to call in advance. 2, how do you train the young people to take care of the ostrich eggs? I've heard that is dangerous, but you're doing it. Very keen to hear more about that. And then 3, as Jasiri, we have different ventures that we create in the ecosystem or support creation in the ecosystem. One of them is doing soil testing. I wonder if you would be interested in partnering with young people who can then further on what you're doing. Thank you.
We can take all the questions and just have them respond. All right.
Some time back I lived in Kajiado, so I have the overview what Kajiado is, and that is very interesting. My question is that those cameras, if they can also be used maybe for security purposes like the cattle raiders, and also if you can cascade to other regions, especially in Northeastern. Thank you.
Thank you. I suppose that is it. Or is there any other question? All right, then. Over to you, John and Lillian.
Thank you very much. interesting questions too. The first one is on the documentation of indigenous knowledge. Yes, I do have some information. I'll really love to stay in touch, maybe take your contacts and share what we have. The second question is incentives to use, to the youth on use of the technologies. Every time this is done, it's a job for a young person. So our business actually raise money. We are trying to create jobs at the lowest level. These are mostly young people who at home, they've never been able to get employment. So we always say we want to create new jobs. It's really new jobs. That's why we're saying we want to trade them at whatever level they're able to use. If you're able to use a phone, you can take GIS coordinates. So we train them. And most of the time, these young men have graduated to the next level. Some are actually rangers who now work full time. So the organizations, the synergy between us, because we are wildlife institution, they are training institution. So we identify the problems, they solve through training. And then our job is to actually raise money that supports these programs. Thank you. On the ostrich eggs, ostriches are very interesting animals because they are some of the few animals on Earth that actually put, if it's a family of ostriches, 10 of them, they all lay in the same nest. So mother 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, they all put in one, and then the mother hen will protect and look after the nest, and then they bring up the babies later. So what we do with the wildlife clubs, we give children the responsibility to take care of the species. So what they do is, every morning they wake up, they can see the camera, they can check the cameras. If there is a poacher who's been around or a predator, we know that there is a predator trying to snatch the eggs. So it's just that, so the point is we introduce the technology and the monitoring process until it takes a few months, I think around 2-3 months to hatch, and then the thing is gone. So ostriches are dangerous, yes, if you show them danger. Every animal has, as long as they don't feel safe, they'll fight back. You know, they either try to run away or fight back. So as long as you keep a respectful distance from most animals, they're pretty okay. On soil sampling, yes, I think we'll love to partner on basically we're trying to say, so our challenge is this: how does science solve a problem? To us, we always say, we don't want just to be seeing like we are in this technology world or science. How does it actually solve a problem that communities are facing? So we will have to partner, but always remember that is our focus. We are like, are we just doing this thing for the sake of it, or are we actually solving an actual problem and create jobs in the process? So definitely at the East African Institute, I think it's something that we'll really love to look at that area. On cameras and scaling up, you know, these equipment are not cheap always. It needs a lot of work. It collects a lot of data that also needs to be used so that we don't go back to what I was saying. Let's not just do things for the sake of doing. If we're collecting data, let that data be useful and used to actually solve problems. For Northeastern, I think I can connect you to people who are actually interested in that region, because I don't think we will move into that region. But for Masai Mara University, yes, please. You know, so what in this country, an animal can move from here to Masai Mara tomorrow and back the next day. So animals don't have a home; they just migrate. So it's good to look at you. Actually, we've had interns. We have interns this year. I think from various universities. I think it's something that we can also look at and see how we can work together on that. Thank you.
To summarize, and on a lighter note, you said ostriches are very dangerous. We come from the Ma community. Ostriches are nothing. We kill lions. Yeah, so this is also Ramat Wildlife Conservancy and East Africa Farmers Training Institute. These are very private startups. We sat and said, facing all these problems, who is gonna give the solution? And this is purely personal initiative. So what we are saying is, as we go ahead, we come across many problems, and that is why we are saying, who else can come join us and solve these problems for the community? Scaling up, yes, we would love to. We actually would even love to have a veterinary training institute in Kajiado, that being a livestock rearing county. So if someone is interested, we welcome you with both hands, and we say thank you so much.
Thank you so much, John and Lillian. Please, you may have your seat. Yes. No, thank you so much. It's been a great session, and if we have a little more time, I think there's still some more we could maybe learn. But we'll then invite our next speakers to give us our next joint presentation. So Mary and Dr. Mary Sichangi from Semastia, and also we have Dr. Rosalind Marandu from AGGP, Wamvumbuzi. Yes, you're welcome. Let's give them a hand of up. Okay. So please, you can introduce yourselves, and we go ahead with the presentation.
All right. STEMtastic, good afternoon. I'm following the protocol that was given in terms of how we greet each other. So thank you for joining us. My name is Njokiri Guga. I'm the program manager for Wavumbuzi AGGP, and we shall have a presentation with Dr. Mary. So before we dive into it, Dr. Mary, you can introduce yourself.
STEMtastic, good afternoon. Yes, they call me Dr. Mary Sichangi, and I work at the Center for Mathematics, Science and Technology Education in Africa, where you're seated. I am an education expert in mathematics, and also I head the Department of Partnerships and Linkages. So if you are here and you desire to partner with this institution, you are in the right hands. Thank you.
All right. So we shall begin with introduction about the organization, and right before I go, I'll take it back to Dr. Mary to start us off.
Yes, I've already introduced this institution, but it's important for you to know our mandate. We develop capacity in STEM education and training. We do research, and so when you partner with us, just know that that is the mandate. We are a government institution who serves the interest of Kenya nationally in Africa. And our vision is really to empower and create very innovative young people in the society through teacher capacity development. Like you can see, our vision is to continuously develop capacity. So we train teachers, we pull teachers who are in practice, and we conduct customized courses to develop their capacity to continuously innovate the subjects of STEM. And through partnerships, we have worked with the Alan and Jill Gray Philanthropy since 2019, and that's how come we become so close. Today we can make a presentation together. We welcome all of you to partner with Semastia. This is what it means. We partner until we forget the boundaries, and we can now think together. We can actually talk together, we can exchange ideas and cross-pollinate ideas from the two organizations. Thank you.
All right, so what is Wavumbuzi? We have Wavumbuzi Entrepreneurship Challenge, which is a flagship youth entrepreneurship ecosystem development initiative currently running in Rwanda and in Kenya. So the challenge is gamified, it is online, it is competency and practice-based challenge that focuses on high school, secondary school learners. But the reason why we do it is to intentionally develop the pipeline of the next generation of entrepreneurs. So the challenges are structured through what we call quests that are aligned to the real world challenges in various sectors. An example is AI, agriculture, farming, e-commerce, and many more. It is inclusive and is cost-free. We have the schools providing internet and computers, whilst nothing is charged to the learners and to the school. It's inclusive. We have differently able learners also being able to take part, the deaf, the visually impaired as well. Irrespective of the school type, whether private, international, public, any school can take part. Whether in the city or out of town, any school can take part. And whether a learner is female or male, they can take part. So we've seen a variation in that regard. Let's go to the background. So why Wavumbuzi and why the challenge around employability? So when we look at World Economic Forum and World Bank back in 2017 and 18, they rated the education system of Kenya to be one of the strongest and with very top education outcomes. And we had this in the morning as well from the presentations in the plenary. However, it is very theoretical, mostly having academically qualified people. At the marketplace, it's reported that they are not very ready for the world of work. With having practical skills that are minimal and developed problem solving and value creating skills. We look at a number of over 1 million young people who come from the formal education annually. And from here, we see many of them not being able to secure jobs. Secondly, they don't have the skills and the competencies that they need to establish their own ventures. And with this, then over time, we are seeing a shortage of job creators and in turn, high youth unemployment, relevant to the conversation that we are having here today. So it's with this that then, with the Wavumbuzi being an ecosystem building program, we are addressing this pressing need by ensuring that we prepare a very large number of young people to be entrepreneurs in the future. We ensure that they have early exposure to entrepreneurial thinking and action in practical scenarios. With this then, we are able to develop their problem solving and value creating skills while they're in school. So in terms of alignment, we have mapped up the entrepreneurial competencies and the competencies of the education of Kenya. And we see that we are indeed aligned to the competency-based education, focusing on one, what a learner can do, not what they can know. Second is learner-centered, so looking at the mastery of skills and competencies such as collaboration, creativity, innovation, problem solving. Through the community service learning, we find that the learning is relevant to the real world, so not only theoretical. And then additionally, focusing on the different competencies as I've highlighted as an example of self-efficacy. There's interaction of the learners with their community being an add-on so that then it's applicable in the spaces that they're in. How do we do this? We fashion Wavumbuzi in a quest-based model. So over the years, we develop thematic areas called quests. There are numerous quests over the years, but how do we do this? We make sure that every year there are certain themes. An example this year we had 6 that we can see at the bottom: aquapreneurship, climate smart, future industries. Previously we've had AI, e-commerce, we've had financial literacy, smart agriculture, so across different sectors. We make sure that African innovation stories are tailored to be absorbed and by the learners in schools. We ensure that these thematic areas are aligned to the SDGs, national priorities of the countries, at the same time the global challenges that we are having. We co-create the quests with stakeholders, both in education and in entrepreneurship ecosystem, so working together every year to ensure that we work on this together. When the learners are taking part in the challenge, they are allowed to choose any quest that they'd like. So for example, when we offer 6, they can start with any as they continue picking any, and we'll see a screenshot of that shortly. In terms of what we wish to achieve, we aim to have 1 million youth by 2030, so a goal that we are keen to work together so that we can achieve it. And most importantly, then, we can see the mindset shift from to job creation, from job seeking, therefore being able to solve the problem of employment. This is a snapshot of the online world where the learners interact with the challenge. An example this year, once the learners log in, they are exposed to the 6 quests that are available to them. They would start from what we call Wavumbuzi headquarters to be introduced to the different competencies and understand the platform. Thereafter, then they choose from any. We encourage learners to do at least one industry quest. However, we've seen that some of them would do most of them. So this is a snapshot of the challenge. How do we do this to make sure that this is successful? At the beginning, we mobilized stakeholders working closely with STEMtastic, as Dr. Mary had alluded to. We also work strongly with Ministry of Education. I see policy and partnership in the room, as well as quality assurance and standards directorates. We work with a few other partners, and we shall see them shortly. So we start with stakeholder mobilization at the beginning. We raise awareness to schools through different platforms of the partners, and directly we activate the schools, we train the teachers, we inform the principals. Then thereafter, when the challenge begins, we have the learners participating. As we can see now, the wheel going down. Within the learners participating, we have the talent, the partners, and our team of ambassadors encouraging the learners to take part in the challenge. Throughout, we celebrate achievers. We hold a top national ceremony at the beginning, so we can see the celebration there, and we mentor those that come top as we, again, take feedback to see how we can improve in the future. I will let Dr. Mary take it from here.
Thank you very much, Njoki. I now bring the nexus between what Wavumbuzi does and what STEMtastic does, and what role we play. Remember, for a long time, yes, we've been talking about STEM. And Wavumbuzi is one of the components through entrepreneurship that strengthens STEM. And so we've integrated the concept of entrepreneurship in school. And this center has about 103 schools located in the 47 counties that we are helping transform and model STEM education. And so we found the programs that Wavumbuzi is running very relevant in the context of STEM because of the I. I'm introducing to you I for innovation. That STEM is nothing if we cannot translate that knowledge to innovation. If the children learn the content in school and they are not able to translate that into innovation, then we have failed. And that's where entrepreneurship through the programs of Wavumbuzi come in very handy. They're central to innovation. And in this slide, I'm trying to tell you that as a teacher training institution, we prepare our teachers to integrate that concept while they are teaching. Then Wavumbuzi brings the program to the children so that then they actually are learning from the teacher through the interdisciplinary process of teaching STEM subjects. But when they get to the quests from the previous slide, they're able to interact with real life scenarios. And those quests, we also participate as STEMtastic to develop them. So that's a nexus between what Wavumbuzi is doing and the teacher, the professional development programs that we run here. So in our collaboration, this is what we normally do. We conduct sensitization programs, starting with the highest offices at the counties, because that's where the schools are located. We interacted with directors of education. We co-sensitize them, STEMtastic and Wavumbuzi. We also talk to the quality assurance and standards officers because they're the ones who monitor quality. And we are not located in these counties. These are the people located there. We also talk to curriculum support officers. They interact with the teachers and the children. Then we conduct training sessions together for teachers. And finally, we also support school-based activation of learners to join the challenge through our networks, because we have the networks. We interact with all these counties. And this is one of the moments when STEMtastic is actually involved in training the teachers. You can see the CEO, STEMtastic, and Makoba is one of our key persons who trains the teachers, and we have reached 3,891 teachers countrywide. We have also conducted virtual and physical teacher onboarding sessions, because the teachers must know how to actually onboard the children into the Wavumbuzi platform, because it's online. And we conduct some sessions with them to sensitize them on how to do it and take them through step by step. And we also have 7 weekly teacher club sessions per edition. Each year, they have a new edition. And in that edition, like Joki said, there are different quests that they bring up. And so teachers need to be sensitized and guided on how to onboard children. In addition, we also, I don't know why it's not moving now. All right. In addition, today we thought we could share with you some little impact in terms of numbers. We have actually reached 157,000 plus learners across 3,000 schools, and we aspire, I think, to reach more, because then children will come out of school knowing the skill sets that align with entrepreneurship in terms of their careers. And we have also reached these children, and they have been able to submit over 10 million submissions in terms of completed the projects they have done. We have also seen a lot of growth, and we've seen representation of gender and geography in terms of equity. And of importance in terms of impact is that we track the alumni. Remember I said we began this program in 2019. We partnered, and today the children we started with in that year are in 4th year in the university, because these were high schoolers. And some of them have even gone into the marketplace. And one of the examples I want to give is this young man who has given a testimony of the impact they have drawn from these programs. And he's saying, when you are young, everyone tells you to be a doctor or a pilot. It can feel like there's no room to dream differently. Isn't it this is what we tell our children? Yes. But Wavumbuzi showed me that being an entrepreneur is also a powerful path, okay? It taught me to be open-minded, to think across other sectors. And one day, I'm in an urban farming. Remember, that's also a sector. Another day, I'm solving a tech problem. Another day, I'm dealing with a sports challenge. Isn't that the child we want to see? Talking about 21st century learners. This is really what we want to see. And having said that, this is the call to action as I conclude. I know my time is up. The policymakers seated here, we are talking about preparing our children for the marketplace right from school. And we are talking about low-cost models that align with our national development goals, which are scalable. We are looking at how we can demonstrate education to meet the demands of the labor market. And this is what the program is all about. And the beauty about it is that it actually targets the children. And our educators in the house, this is a good moment to consider tools and strategies to actually gamify STEM education. We would like to promote critical thinking, problem solving, learner-centered learning. And investors in the house and donors would like to partner so that we discuss proven outcomes and clear impact, because we have seen the impact. As we discuss with the children that have gone through this program, we appreciate the impact. The corporate sector, you have a responsibility to model entrepreneurship among children through this program, and we can always talk about corporate social responsibility. And this brings us to the end of our presentation. We have our contacts here. STEMtastic's contacts are here, and the contacts for Wavumbuzi are here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's give them a hand. Thank you so much. Please, if you can just take your seat, let's see if we can do some questions and answers. Yes, so please, is there any question on the floor or any comments? All right, let me just.
Thank you so much, Semastia and Wamvumbuzi. In fact, the presentation is just mind-blowing. I'm Professor Michael Quincy. I'm coming from Cameroon. I'm the Inspector of Pedagogy, majoring in Instructional Design and Educational Technology. And I'm also a teacher trainer. And I must acknowledge that some years back, we had some of our teachers who were sponsored for training here with Semastia. And they are doing quite well, even though some of them have gone for more greener pastures. So I'm so much impressed with what I saw Wamvubuzi trying to do with working together with Semestia to prepare the next generation of entrepreneurs. I'm one of those who has been so disturbed with the way education is rolled out in Africa. We missed a lot in the first industrial revolution, the mechanization of the industry, the second industrial revolution, the electrification, electrical energy, and we are the third and fourth industrial revolution is meeting us already becoming conscious. But unfortunately, I have the impression that we are still being still being pulled by the nose, because we do attend great conferences in the Great North where we see policies that have been started, or decisions, policies, resolutions that have been taken to prepare the next generation of learners to respond to the needs of those particular societies. And then we in Africa, we are being forced to ratify and also try to implement in our own context. But what I see Wamvubuzi doing here is getting to work with our own children who are still in school, helping them to look at their immediate environment, see those problems that they're encountering, and working together with Semester that has aligned their policies and training with what the Ministry of Education has mapped out as being just what we think we should be doing in our educational system. So I held this kind of wonderful initiative, and to say that, can Wamvuzi, please, can you extend this initiative throughout Africa? If yes, what should be done? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there any other question on the floor? Okay, please.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm Moses Ayecho. Moses Ayecho is an adult learning instructor at Kibra. Moreover, I'm still furthering my education in KC University, pursuing data science degree. But that's not it. My question is, I'll direct it. It is in regards to the Wawumbuzi thing which you mentioned. You gave us statistics that annually Kenya, or rather institutions of higher learning, churn around 1 million graduates per year. That is true. But is the problem the number, or is the problem lack of policy implementation that will guarantee job creation? I'm asking that if you've gotten what I'm asking, because China is the most populous nation in the world, as far as I know of yesterday. But this population is beneficial to them. It's creating market for their goods. And in Kenya, the population growth is also rapid. But then we are crying of unemployment. But then there are such initiatives like Wavumbuzi which have been in place and many more. But at the end, we don't see the impact. That begets my question. Where's the disconnect between such policies and their implementation? Answer me comprehensively.
Thank you. Yes. Is there any other question? Okay.
Okay. Thank you. And I really like to appreciate what the two teams are doing. It's very inspiring and very encouraging. My statement would be, not all innovators are entrepreneurs, and not all entrepreneurs are innovators. That brings the distinction between what the two organizations are doing. My question now would be, in terms of delivering or reimagining this education to our learners, at what point should we begin, or in your own opinions, is it prudent to start with innovation and then proceed to maybe entrepreneurship in the various levels of education, from basic to tertiary? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll hand it over to Mary and Njoku. Njoki.
Yes. Thank you for the question. For the first one, luckily today there's a lot of Wavumbuzi representatives in the room. So for the first question around crossing all the way to Cameroon, you'll allow me to give the mic to Dr. Rose to answer, and then I'll come back to the disconnect question.
Thank you so much, Njoki. Professor, absolutely, we appreciate your question and the amazing commendation you have made about Wavumbuzi. Wavumbuzi, we would not have gotten here this fast had it not been for collaboration. And as Madam Dr. Mary has indicated, we have collaborated with STEMtastic from the get-go. STEMtastic is an Africa-wide institution. I think, number one, in terms of answering your question on how we can get to your corner of Africa, is via expanding our partnership with STEMtastic beyond the Kenyan and East African border. That's number one. Number two, we would not have gotten this far had it not been our collaboration with the Ministry of Education. The concept of Wavumbuzi was initially born in South Africa, but we said from 2018, we've got to contextualize and understand the context of Kenya. And we began by the then ambassador of Kenya to South Africa, introducing us to the Ministry of Education. And we're very happy that we have the Ministry of Education Policy and Partnerships here. Madam Alice, we acknowledge you. And so another way of really concretizing our getting into your amazing country is by bringing in the Ministry of Education. And then my third point, and very importantly, is that as AGGP, we were given resources by one donor, AGGP itself, foundation, for Kenya and Rwanda. We are very interested in taking this phenomenal across Africa because research shows it's tried and tested and it's moving. We would welcome donors to join us in the journey. So Prof, let's keep talking and seeing what we can collaboratively do with yourself, with your government, and not leaving STEMtastic behind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rose. We appreciate that.
All right, I will take the second question around where's the disconnect. Yes, we are seeing 1 million plus finishing their formal education, but then the challenge in the marketplace. So indeed, the problem is not the number. It's we are a young continent, so we're likely to have many more people completing formal education. And the more we are, nothing wrong with that. So that's number one. So number two, the big question is indeed what you have raised, like what are we missing for the 1 million being able to complete, but then not get the jobs, not being able to create employment for themselves and for those around them, and for us to have as many opportunities as we can. And hence the question around what do we need to do looking backwards? So Wavumbuzi is a long-term approach to the problem of what do we need to build way early, even before you complete formal education. So it's with this then that we are saying, can we develop the entrepreneurial mindset, aspiration, competencies while you're still in school, so that by the time you finish the formal education, then it's not a matter of you do not have, but it's a matter of you have all it takes to, one, identify problems, but being able to come up with solutions, while at the same time the solutions that can create jobs for self and for others. So with that, then we shall have the many millions finishing, but not finishing to go and wait for all the jobs in here, but then even in the jobs that are there, we can create more within the institutions that are existing. So new spaces and existing spaces, but thinking entrepreneurially to grow more. And we have a lot of challenges, so we're able to come up with solutions in an entrepreneurship context. So in a nutshell, it's what do we need to do working backwards so that then the disconnect is no longer there, at least to a large extent. And this involves now working together at different levels. So here at the school earlier on, there is other programs and other initiatives right after formal education as well, and even down in terms of supporting enterprises that are being built by the youth and by others. I hope I have answered to a small extent, but it is something that we should continue asking ourselves and finding solutions for ourselves.
I will respond to the third question, and I think that's the last one. A colleague has asked, what comes first? Is it innovation or entrepreneurship? Innovation comes first. You can't sell what you don't have. You first of all innovate. So you have the knowledge of STEM. Then what do you do with the knowledge on STEM? Then you innovate and develop a product. And that's what you'll actually reach out with others. I heard my colleagues say there are startups. You see, there was a problem. You came up with an innovation, and today you are standing here to sell it to us. So you can't sell what you do not have. And the second thing is, where do we start? We should start right from early years of education. Currently, the continent, and literally globally, we are talking foundational learning. We are actually saying that that's where the rain starts beating all of us. You all know that today everybody's investing in foundational learning. Every time we meet with ministers in Africa, we are talking foundational learning. And therefore, if you are to start discussing innovation with children, then you start with them when they're young. You've been seeing a clip going around on our social media of Chinese children engaged in innovation, making bricks, cooking, making watches. That clip tells us that we need to start early. They need to know that everything you must do differently. That's what innovation is. Do it differently. If this bottle was shaped this way, let the children from young age know why they should change that shape, because maybe it serves a particular purpose. So innovation starts right all the way, and that's why in this country we are implementing competence-based education, and we are saying STEM starts being founded at the basic learning level. We delayed in the past and started talking about STEM at the university. And so at that point, people had already developed opinions, values, and had already aligned themselves. It was difficult to change their mindset. But if you can change the mindset from young age, then by the time they get to university, they are very clear. They want to go the pathway of STEM and so forth. And so we should start early in our curriculum, in our practices, in teacher preparations. We start early. And then when you look at the program of Wavumbuzi, they're intervening at secondary school level in this country, because a secondary school leaver can go to the workplace straight like that. So by that time, they already should have the innovation skills, so that by the time they get to secondary school and they interact with entrepreneurship skills, then they can go to the job market directly. And the reason, my brother, you're saying we have 1 million graduates who do not create their own employment is because we didn't intervene early. They do not know what to do with the STEM-based knowledge. And by the time they get the labor market, they even don't know. And that's why they're still looking for white-collar jobs. I keep telling people white-collar jobs ended in 1960 when we took over our countries. Because that's when our colonizers left with the white-collar jobs. We needed to have started at that time to be quite indigenous. Thank you very much. I hope we have been able to answer all your questions well.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Give them
and
a
all
hand
the
of
best.
applause as they take their seats.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mary and Njoki. We really appreciate it. I think we've had a very, very good time with these presentations. We've learned a lot, and I think we really were privileged to learn from best practices. I think from the results that you've achieved, starting from John and Lillian, from what I understood, you seem to have been able to really incorporate technology at the edge, on the field, effectively. I think the picture that stood out to me was the old woman kind of putting a camera, trying to mount a camera, and I think it tells a story of how technology can be made accessible. Because we've talked a lot about EdTech, and we sometimes struggle to make it accessible even to young people. And I think that some of the lessons that you've really shared from your program could probably be something that we incorporate into the work that we do. And I think from what we learned from Mary and Inchoki, I think there's such a great example of collaboration with government and also integrating this with the school curriculum. So I think some of what we've learned, sometimes they are really outside of the ecosystem, but you've really managed to integrate this very well into all the aspects of the education ecosystem. And I think there's a lot to be learned from there. We definitely cannot do it all in this session because we are running out of time, but I think there's more opportunities for us to meet them and to learn from them. So with that said, we would like to thank you for being a part of this session, and have a good lunch.
Before we leave, once again, thank you. Thank you so much for the presenters for keeping time, and to our wonderful moderator. Lunch is being served now. Tomorrow we have a networking in the wild session. So you've had such interesting conversations here, so we invite you to continue them. We're going to a forest known as Ololua, which isn't too far away from here. So tomorrow from 10 to 2 p.m. you can register at the front desk. But other than that, go have lunch. Afternoon sessions start at 2:30. Yes. Oh yes, Dr. Mary, here you go.
We have the mathematical thinking panel at 2:30 here. I would request that you come. Yeah? Did you hear me? I request that. Please come.
That was a personal invite, so take it seriously. Have a good afternoon.
Remember, we're discussing not only at policy level, but we're also discussing at practice level. So Mr. Mano brings a lot of experience from the classroom, and also he has been a trainer of teachers in the counties. This wave. Next to Mr. Mano is Dr. Roslyn Marandu Kareithi. You must be familiar with Dr. Roslyn. She has been with us since morning. She's a country director, Kenya, and she's also a stakeholder mobilizer lead in East Africa under the Alan and Jill Gray Philanthropy. And Dr. Rose is going to bring marketplace experience, the context of what knowledge from mathematics do we require at the marketplace. Dr. Rose. Good afternoon. All right. Next to Dr. Rose is Mr. Modiba Laban Fossa. Mr. Fossa is the Chief Education Specialist, Technical Subjects, the Department of Basic Education, South Africa, and he brings on board a lot of knowledge around TVET and the technical subjects and how mathematical thinking applies itself to that context. Please say hello to the audience. Next to him is Mr. Samba Sowe. Mr. Samba Sowe is the Director of Science, Technology and Innovation at the Ministry of Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology in the Republic of the Gambia. He is also going to bring a rich experience from the practical perspectives. And also being at the ministry, he takes care of that focus of policy. And finally, online, we have Mr. Hamza Aoun. Mr. Hamza Aoun is the Assistant Manager, CASIO, Middle East and Africa. He brings a perspective on the role of mathematics, the role of technology in mathematical thinking. And so you can see that we have a very rich panel that brings a lot of ideas into the context of our panel. Hamza, are you able to wave to the audience? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are talking mathematics, and I know whenever you talk mathematics, there's a bit of anxiety. It's likely that you could also be having that math anxiety right from way back when you're in school. And today, we are talking mathematics because we're in the marketplace and we experience a lot of challenges as we look at the products of education. And the kind of thinking they bring is that of mathematics for calculations and formula. But today we want to navigate away from that, let's think about the mathematical thinking that is required in the marketplace and how then we help our children apply themselves with the knowledge they bring to the market. What skills are they bringing? Do they still carry the anxiety to the marketplace? And mathematics is a very central subject when you discuss STEM careers. Because if you have an expert in STEM who is not able to think about real-life problems with clarity, with precision and focus on the underlying structure of the issue, then it's likely that they're not going to solve those problems. And that's what mathematical thinking brings to the table. Its applicability to the various fields, the business world. I know we could have lawyers who may think mathematics is not applicable, but they collect a lot of data, and they have to be very precise about the law before they defend their clients. When you think about medicine and healthcare, when you think about art and design and our everyday life, you find mathematics literally applicable in every field. And therefore, this panel is here to address that. Our focus today is to unpack mathematics beyond just the classroom calculations and the formula and passing an exam. We want to make mathematics real and prepare our children for the STEM fields. Having said that, allow me now to go to my panelists, and I'll start with Mr. Mano. This question goes to Mr. Mano. And the fact that he's at the practical part of mathematics education, I will pose the questions to him first. So, Mr. Mano, this is my questions to you. Why do many students struggle with mathematics? And how does this
will not do well or find it difficult in mathematics. Allow me to begin by saying that students may not do well or may not perform well or struggle in mathematics due to a combination of factors. I will want to give you my input in as far as some of those factors and also propose how we can be able to overcome those challenges so that we demystify mathematics to our learners. The first thing that I want to look at is foundational knowledge gaps in maths. When students have gaps in the understanding of the subject, that makes it very difficult. If they do not understand the basics, when you go to advanced level and handling issues, mathematics, then students may have challenges. I want to point out that the basic concepts in mathematics are very key. And if students are taken through those basic concepts and they understand them, it's like building a house. If the foundation is not firm, later on you find, much as you want to put a first story building, second, and so forth and so on, it becomes a challenge. I want to propose that if students are going to enjoy and love maths, to overcome that, we need to major on the basic concepts. Mathematics, teaching and learning of maths is both hierarchical and spiral in nature. You can't just jump from the simple concept to the most complicated concepts when the basics are not understood. For example, it's not easy to teach advanced algebra if students have not understood the operations of numbers. For example, the basic operations, addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. So those are the building blocks and they need to be clearly understood. I am also proposing that there's a difference between rote learning and understanding in mathematics. Maths is not just about memorizing formulae and recalling something that was written by the teacher and told that the formula of the area of a triangle is half base times height without understanding where does it come from. My second thing that I want to say which makes the students struggle in maths is to do with ineffective teaching and learning practices, the delivery, how information is communicated and students understand it, and especially where there is lack of engagement when the teacher is taking the students through basic concepts in maths. If they do not understand and engage with the teacher, even later when they are tested, the retention level will still be a challenge. We are talking about transition from the 844 system in Kenya to the CBE curriculum, which we fully support because there is a major shift from teacher-centered approach in handling mathematics to a student-centered, where the student now is the main focus. And I looked at the structure from a mathematical point of view, 844 to 2, 3, 3, 3, 3, 5 times 2 multiplied by 3 power 5. Mathematical thinking in the new system, and I hope this new approach will bring in some fresh input. Of course, math requires practice, and that's why in the timetable, I'm a practicing teacher for the last 35 years. Every single day in Kenya, students in high school, they do math every day. It's done every day. That underscores the importance of why they need regular practice. They need problem-solving skills on a daily basis. Lack of drills and exercise can make them struggle to understand the concepts in mathematics. How do we deal with that? To manage that is team teaching. Of course, we encourage team teaching in mathematics. We encourage team assessment and evaluation, where teachers can be able to share even the lessons. And to this extent, I want to say that in Machako School, we are at the center of live streaming of lessons in the whole county. From our school, we are able to live stream every week on a daily basis to 5 different schools, where a teacher teaching physics or mathematics in Machako School, the same lesson is being delivered by the same teacher to 5 different schools, and the learners are able to understand. Personal challenges come in, and I think those are issues that we can be able to interrogate as we talk about students not able to understand mathematics. So in my view, the factors are many. There are issues to do with how do students handle the subject because of attitude. When there's a negative attitude about the subject. Again, this is something that we can say. The attitude of the student in mathematics is a reflection of the attitude of the teacher. So if teachers are going to have impact in changing that negative attitude by the students, we must change our attitude as teachers and be positive, including reinforcing the right things that the students do and amplify them. That makes them appreciate that they are making progress in mathematics. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we really appreciate your experience of 35 years. You've summarized it in just 7 minutes. The most powerful statement he's put in his presentation is, mathematics is spiral. So we must lay a good foundation for them to find it useful in the STEM careers. That's very key from his presentation. He has also highlighted some of the strategies that schools need to put in place. And I believe, being a chief principal, this is a matter of school-based policy that enables children to have time for the subject, moving away from teacher-centered to learner-centered, helping the learner see the relevance of mathematics to real-life context is very important, and that starts from school. Remember, we are discussing the relevance of mathematical thinking to STEM careers. It all starts at the school, in the classroom, the school policy, general understanding that mathematics is spiral, and therefore we need to lay a good foundation. I'll now move to Dr. Miheso. Dr. Miheso, I would like to ask you a few questions, just the 2. How does mathematical thinking differ from traditional math problem solving? And how are universities, as teacher preparation entities, help integrate mathematical thinking across different subjects and beyond the classroom? Over to you.
Thank you very much. As you've been told, I'm in teacher education, And I am the chair of the department that trains teachers across all subjects that are offered in our schools. And our students also go outside the country to support the teaching and learning of all subjects. And so this question is very relevant to what we are doing. But first of all, the question of what is the difference between mathematical thinking from the traditional math problem solving. Traditionally, we didn't have problem solving, we had solving of problems, and there is a major difference there. And so what we do at the university under mathematical knowledge for teaching is to support problem solving, which includes the teachers being able to not just solve problems, but to construct problems. We are asking that the teachers who are already very confident with their mathematical content learn how to support the processes of thinking in the mathematics classroom. So the content that they use to teach the kids in the class is a pathway of thinking. So as they talk about geometry or algebra, it's the algebraic thinking that they need to bring on board. It's the geometric thinking, it's the statistical thinking that they must focus on. And they need to support the learners to get at the bottom of that they are able to statistically analyze data. Because it's a totally different thinking from when they are doing an algebraic, when they are doing algebra. So they have to move into algebraic thinking. So traditionally, we used to have content-focused teaching. And there is nothing wrong with that because mathematics is a cognitive subject, and memory is part of it. It's just that we focus on memorizing more than the ability to reason, to conjecture, because kids come to class with their own ways of looking at a problem, and we encourage teachers not to be intimidated by that, but to use that as a fulcrum to support that kind of thinking and align the students to refine their way of thinking, not to dismiss it. Because traditionally it was one answer, it's just this answer that the teacher knows. We also emphasized rote procedures. Now we are asking for conceptual understanding. Like Mr. Mano mentioned, we want students to know why. Why is the area of a circle the way it is? How was it derived? What was the point behind this? They need to know the whys, not just the hows, although the hows are also just important. So we have what we call instrumental understanding and relational understanding, and we want students to have both of this. So when we talk about mathematical thinking as of now, we also think that students must look at problems as not being open. They should be ill-structured, because a problem cannot be a problem if it is well-structured, like the ones we find in the textbooks, because it's already premeditated. The solution is already known. We want them to face the real-life situation where you get a problem that you are not familiar with, and then how do you approach the solution? And that's how problem solving comes in. And we still use the George Polya heuristics. And we are asking the teachers to take our students, our learners, through those steps, understand the problem first, before you can design the strategies for solving it, and then also justify the solution. Before you go to the teacher and say, I have found this solution, you have to be able to reflect on your own solution. And we are also trying to make sure that since anxiety, we have mathemophobia, we have people who are afraid of maths, we're asking the teachers not to display their anxiety in front of students and to support students to have good mathematical identity. So at the university, teacher preparation is flexible. We don't focus on only the maths teachers. In the Department of Pedagogy, we have teachers of different subjects because we know that mathematics across the curriculum empowers even the thinking in those other subjects. And so we do what we call collaboration, project-based learning, where the teachers from different subject areas sit together in their lesson planning. And so the idea of thinking using technology and also using the cultural context is brought on board by the different subject orientations of different members of a team. So we now don't go individual teaching or even examinations in the what we call continuous assessments. We ask people to work as a team so that they learn from each other. And the department, the faculty also work as a team. In fact, we started a new pedagogy which we call Mathematics in Historic Environment, where mathematics lecturers and the lecturers from history came up with a pedagogy that can now be used to enhance the understanding of mathematics using historical environment. So when we talk about physical education, we also try to get students to respect that physical education cannot stand on its own without mathematical thinking, because that is what goes into this physical education. We know about the other STEM subjects, biology, physics, and chemistry. But the other subjects in social studies, we are trying to get people to reflect on them and see that each subject area derives its knowledge from the mathematical space. And with the mathematical space, they are empowered to think better in that area. And so we don't do it in silos. And that is what we are trying to support our teachers to do in our university, at Kenyatta University. Thank you.
A round of applause for her. Yes, that is Dr. Miheso. She's actually helped us appreciate what goes on at the university as we prepare educators. And the beauty about her submission is how they are preparing teachers to see the knowledge that the children bring to class and the relevance of it. Because again, when you think about the STEM-based careers, these children are aware of what they come across in their daily life. STEM careers do not happen in space. They are in the real context of the children, what knowledge they bring to class that then they can build on to strengthen their foundational knowledge. And the fact that they have freedom and democracy to help teachers also to practice what they have learned. Having said that, we would like to submit similar questions to Mr. Samba from now the practical point of view. You will tell us, using some examples, we would like you to use some examples to explain how mathematical thinking differs from traditional problem solving and how your country is helping integrate mathematical thinking across different subjects beyond the classroom. Over to you, Mr. Samba.
Thank you very much. The Gambia, like I've mentioned earlier, implements what you call a qualifications framework that puts great emphasis on analytical skills as part of STEM-related subjects. In this perspective, issues relating to analytical skills, problem solving, creativity and logic in terms of mathematics is given prominence. Now, in the area of basic mathematics for STEM and engineering, the logic behind formulae is indexed and clearly explained, not just as formulas for students to study, but through practice-based. And in this pretext, we've done an alignment where in the STEM-related university, which we call the University of Applied Science, Engineering and Technology, we have a dedicated unit that supports the core STEM courses in these 4 areas. with a unit called Innovation and Entrepreneurship. So the context of the mathematics principles, concepts, and theories that are learned are practiced directly in this hub using the technology that is available there. But in addition also, the society is brought on the ground, including industry. Because just not mere learning of the formula will be able to translate into a practical solution. So the hub creates a tripartite arrangement wherein it supports the real understanding of those concepts that are learned within the core curricula, secondly, providing the students with the practice-based approach of the formula that is learned in terms of mathematics, but also leading to a pathway to be able to create solutions to address societal needs. Now, the difference here is, it's not just the mere perspective of just understanding that you've learned a formula, or like how we normally call it, you've crammed as a student and you reproduce it in your examination script. The way the curriculum delivery is done is you are able to understand and go through the trends in terms of those formulae that you've been taken through in terms of mathematics. Now, specific examples, I will give three. One is the university I've mentioned. It teaches students in terms of being entrepreneurial engineers. And in that case, obviously, the issue of business models comes into play, and how mathematics is being used to ensure that the students entering this program are able to generate viable business models using prototyping and business case canvases is all STEM within the core pillars of basic mathematics included as part of the curriculum. Then the second practice-based one is the First Public University, which have a school and a department on mathematics. Here, the mathematics subjects are interrelated with computer science. So you could see how the two are intertwined to be able to give those programmers the mathematical models and logics around it, to ensure that when they are building systems, the programming, the coding, it is very clear, you understand that it's not just mere to understand, to say that you've learned this, but you translate it into actual products and processes that are being used. Now, the two of these institutes also, for the overall education system, we have what you call a university dedicated for teacher training. And it all starts from there. So the training, in terms of the core skills I've mentioned, problem solving, analytical, critical thinking, we've also indexed those mathematical analysis in the curriculum, because the qualifications framework has identified what will be translated occupational requirements that you need to, if you are trained as a mathematician or if you are trained as a teacher mathematician, you are provided with those skills. So overall, we have put in place a system wherein the students are provided with the creative, analytical, and a better understanding of the logic behind the formulae that they have been taken through as part of the curricula in the respective schools that they have gone in. And also giving an additional tire for industry to come into these hubs that have been established to understand the logics and the trends behind particular formula and patterns in their related industries. Thank you.
Round of applause for Mr. Samba. I think he has spoken very well to the question of some of the examples that the Gambia as a country is put in place in order to integrate mathematical thinking in the curriculum at the university level, and also the issue of innovation and entrepreneurship. I think earlier in the day we talked about moving away from basically STEM to STEM and innovation, and then entrepreneurship, because you can't sell what you don't have. And the issue of collaborating with the community and the industry, the issue of prototyping, linking. He has given a good example of linking mathematics to computer science. You know, we have a lot of children today in Africa using mobile phones, but they don't know how the software and the hardware is developed. They do not even see the relationship between the mathematics they learn in the classroom and innovating that mobile technology. This brings me to Madam Nancy Nui, who is going to talk about continuous teacher professional development, the aspect of how semester programs support teachers to develop appreciation of mathematical reasoning and creativity, because then we are sure that the teachers who are directly involved in day-to-day teaching are imparting mathematical thinking among the learners. Madam Nancy Nui.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Mary. To start with, I think it is important that we appreciate that when semester receives the teachers, they have numerous challenges in matters mathematics, that is under PCK, pedagogy and content. And some of these challenges, if we can mention them, include the teaching methodologies, the assessment systems, time constraints, attitudes, that is negative attitudes by some of the teachers, by some learners, lack or inadequate resources, and so on. So as an institution, when you're thinking of supporting the teacher, these are some of the things that you have to think about, because you must help the teacher overcome these challenges. And our starting point is to help you as the teacher interpret the syllabus or the curriculum design. Currently in Kenya, we are having both the 844 system and the CBE. So we must help you first understand the outcomes that you're supposed to be meeting in your instruction, in your maths instruction. So we start from there. We help you interpret the design. Then the other issues, like the teaching methodologies, I think the previous speakers have mentioned there's one word that has kept recurring: rote learning. And that has been quite common in mathematics. Mathematics, you hear mathematics, you see procedures, you see formulas. And what has been there, we memorize the formula: the area of a triangle is a half base times height. So in our trainings for the teachers, we want to move from there. We move from there. The reasoning behind that half base times height is what we must establish. Why is the area of a triangle, for example, a half base times height? So we must establish that. That is with the teachers. And what is our expectation? That should be cascaded in the classroom. So the kind of methodology that we expect the teachers to take back in the schools, and for information, we also monitor and support them, and we see them taking those methodologies after the trainings, is where you're letting the learners do. They do the exploration. They explore. Why did we get these
formula for the area as a half base times height and others. And in doing so, your creativity as the teacher, as the learner, is enhanced. And that is our expectation. As you do so, we will see active learning. We want to nurture every learner's potential. Regardless, our potential is different, but we must all be nurtured. So these activities are such that the learning experiences are such that they are going to take care of each one of us and make mathematics fun. Because for a long time, it has not been fun. Okay? So those are some of the methodologies that we are saying that as teachers, we use that. Inquiry-based learning. In summary, we would say inquiry-based learning. Are we inquiring? Okay? When you're given that formula for the area of a trapezium, are you able to demonstrate it in several ways and show that it is actually true? So this is the kind of discussions that we have with the teachers and the kind of discussions that we want the teachers to take back to the classroom. So we want classrooms that are engaging, thought-provoking, student-centered mathematics instruction. Thought-provoking, engaging. We engage you, not one, two, all of you. Thought, think through. We don't just feed you with a formula. Think through, derive it for us, show us why. The question why then becomes very important. Why is it so? Why? How? Okay? So that becomes a very critical question even as we go through all these deliberations. So active learner-centered strategies, which may include inquiry-based learning, project-based learning. We want to involve you in projects, problem-based learning, and we want to relate mathematics to real life for utility. Okay? For utility. Because beyond the classroom, beyond giving back the book, do I appreciate that even if I'm not going to take a STEM-related career, I will need mathematics for utility? Okay? Do I get that? That even if I'm not a doctor, at one point I may need a loan. I may need to budget in my home. Isn't it? I may need to determine the speed at which I should be moving. So relating mathematics to real life as much as possible, using scenarios that relate to real life, and even the kind of scenarios, creating a lot of them in class. For example, you want to do speed. You can even ask the learners the distance from their home, how much time they spend, and you're able to determine the speed. We can get to the field and we get some learners with time, we get some learners running, they are timed, and we determine the distance. Others walk and we time and determine the distance. Others run faster than the one who was running, and out of all these experiences, we're able to do speed very comfortably, and we help the learners appreciate that concept much more and find that, oh, this is very useful for me. Okay? So the speed at which I can drive determines whether I'll get late to work or not, isn't it? Because of my distance. And I'm able to do my estimation even when I'm in my house and see this one, I'll be late. Because I'm able to do all that. Authentic tasks, again, solving real-life problems. For example, you may look around, see that we need water harvesting, we have knowledge of mathematics. How can we use the knowledge of mathematics to help us determine how much water we can get? How can we use the knowledge of physics? How does math relate with physics, with chemistry? How much water are we able to collect using the surface area of the roofs that we have around? What capacity of tanks can we determine? And where can we place them because of issues of pressure and so on, and supplying water to the different points? How can we purify this water? So we help you see that relationship, and we want the teachers to bring as many to the learners so that the utility is very conspicuous. And that way, possibly, we'll all start loving mathematics as we should. Thank you very much. Plus many others. My time was up.
A round of applause for Madam Nancy. She has brought in the factor of pedagogical content knowledge that we give. What she has explained in a nutshell is what we call pedagogical content knowledge foundation that STEMtastic helps the teachers. Remember when the teachers are graduating from university, Dr. Miheso, they normally just have foundational knowledge. So we make teachers, okay? STEMtastic makes the teacher until the day they retire. And to make them is to help them see the relevance of the mathematical thinking they are teaching learners for benefiting not only STEM careers. Earlier I mentioned that mathematical thinking is applied literally in every field. Allow me, ladies now, and gentlemen, to bring to you Mr. Modiba Fosa from South Africa. And the question I'm asking Fosa is, how does mathematical thinking enhance learning in STEM subjects? And how can interdisciplinary teaching methods help students view mathematics as a tool rather than as a subject? Over to you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you, Doc. Hey, the question is challenging. All these questions are challenging because I still remember when I was starting school. Our lady teacher wrote A, B, C, D up to Z, but we were using this small slate, and then I only wrote A. According to me, A could fit on this slate. It really showed, and I was punished severely at home because my teacher was my relative. I applied critical thinking when I was still young because the board was big and the A was big. And it doesn't mean that I cannot write A, B, C, D, E up to Z. And I finished before all other students. And I could not understand why I'm being punished. I had my own critical thinking and my own logical thinking. And that's why today I'm in the engineering fraternity. And then I was listening even to my colleagues here on the panel. How can we harvest that water on a very steep slope? Most of you might not be knowing that even our plumbing system, we are saying 1 meter, for a distance of 1 meter, you go down 40 meters. You don't know why that is. Now I'm going to come with the concept of physics in terms of speed velocity. Remember that water, if it can flow faster, is going to erode. Even your plumbing system, if the water from the bathroom can flow very fast, it's going to leave other objects behind. And then you have a blockage. Then, I'm integrating all this. I was moving in the garden. I've seen banana trees. The other one They are having very big bananas, many branches. And they decided to put a stick, a V-stick. And the other one has got less bananas, but it's falling. They've decided to put again a V-stick. That's a triangle. And now, in terms of our indigenous knowledge system, our parents did not study maths, but they knew maths and they knew science. If you increase the base of a triangle, remember now it becomes a triangle. Because it's a tree, it's not strata, we call it a strata. And your ground becomes the base. So you cannot take the strata and put it towards the tree because it won't carry the weight. And then in Mr. Mavas, it's what we call triangulation of forces. So you can see how all these are integrated. I'm looking at this hall. All of it, I look at the stand. For it to stand and to carry the weight, then I see a triangle. And then in terms of measurement, I even said you can do Pythagoras theorem. These learners, at a very lower grade, they can do Pythagoras theorem because you can walk 3 steps. We are calling it a 3-4-5 method. You can walk 3 steps and 4 that way. Then if your hypotenuse is 5, the building is square, or your door is square. Now I'm going to go to even the houses that we are living in. You look at a roundable, a thatch. Most learners at home, in our homes, in Africa, we have a thatch. If you look at a thatch, if you want to teach learners how to calculate a prism, that thatch, it really shows you that, it's a prism. Thank you, Doc.
A bigger round of applause for Mr. Fossa. He spoke until I got carried away. I even forgot that your time was over. Because he brought the stories of the applicability of mathematical thinking. You can't miss to see mathematics in life. Yeah. Like when I'm going home from here, what Madam Nui was saying and what he's saying, I know that I need 12 minutes to my house if there's no traffic. I can drive from here to my house, 12 minutes, but I know there's traffic. So if I'm telling someone to come and see me, I add another 12. So I tell them, I'll see you in 24 minutes. And so, I mean, there's no way you walk and there's no mathematics. Why are we teaching mathematics in a very disconnected way? Yet it has a relevance in physics, in chemistry, in biology, in art and design. I mean, all these fields. There's no way a lawyer can argue a case and win without data and analysis. There's no way. Estimation, crime scene, they have to measure. And when they measure, the criminology measure in triangles and rectangles, how the crime happened, how the movement, they check the movement of, if it's blood, they use triangles. That's what I learned. Now, Dr. Roslyn, tell us what skills students should develop to be mathematically literate in the workplace. And how does mathematical thinking as a foundational skill influence STEM-based careers?
Thank you very much, Dr. Mary. I've really enjoyed this conversation. And allow me to start by saying that, firstly, mathematics is surprisingly evident and with us on a daily basis. And my fellow panelists have painted it very, very, very well. So whether you are thinking about calculating the discount that you should get in the marketplace, whether you're thinking about how you will get home on time and all that, or whether you're thinking around cooking and you suddenly have visitors and you have to now share what you had cooked for 10 with 20. All that is actually mathematical speaking. I want to break the question you've asked me about workplace, and let me use the term world place. And I'll try and have examples for us. Firstly, I believe as a woman and as a mother that mathematics is one of those tools and instruments that we should utilize to build the confidence of young people in society. I've seen it in the lives of myself and my children, and I'll give you an example of what I have seen women do. I've seen a mother, whether the children were in the UK or in South Africa or Kenya, they would say to the children, when you go to the shops, you have £1, or you have 10 rand, or you have 100 shillings. You decide what you're going to buy with it. So that when the child is saying to you, I want, I want, I want, and if you as a parent are giving, you end up giving quite a bit. But take that as a teaching moment. And that child will know, I take one item for £1 or 10 rand or 100 shillings, or I take 10 items, but I have to know how to add 1 plus 2 plus 3, and it cannot exceed 100 shillings. And if they get to the counter and they're told, no, this is more than 100, they have to do the calculation themselves and do the subtraction. That example I'm giving was done very well to a young lady who is currently studying economic science, which includes mechatronics and mathematics at university level. She was not taught maths. The other thing I want to say from, it takes all of us to raise our children, right? It is to encourage children to self-learn, encourage critical thinking. And the example I have for us is, you take a child, and I saw this child was taught 1 plus 2 and had to sit down with pen and paper and was really frustrated about that process. And the younger sibling then comes along, and that one is told, take 1 stone and 2 stones and see what you come up with. And the answer was not given. And came back and they said, 2 stones. And thereafter, this child was never taught 1 plus 2 or multiplication or division or trigonometry. Literally began at an early age to self-teach. Now, if you train a girl in that way, research shows, and let me read what research shows. Research shows that you train a young lady that way, it boosts the confidence in them, it fosters their problem-solving skills, their critical thinking skills, and their growth mindset. When a woman, Dr. Mary, feels confident in her mathematical abilities, she can positively influence her career choices. That then means that her level of income as a woman goes up. There goes her confidence and her self-esteem and self-efficacy. Mathematics is a tool, ladies and gentlemen, beyond the classroom. So let me then go to the question that you have asked me, Madam Mary, and I'll give you 3 quick points. 1, in the workplace, we are expecting, whether you're an entrepreneur or you're employed, to be able to do data analysis and interpretation, very important, to be able to use data for problem solving and decision making, we've talked about that, and the obvious one comes to financial management, right? Now, when we talk about data analysis and interpretation, we need, as you mentioned earlier, Dr. Mary, to know how to use that calculator. It's not automatic. But beyond the use of the calculator, how can you use an Excel spreadsheet? And how can you then use that information to visualize data? Because when you get to the workplace, there'll be modern applications, whether it's Excel spreadsheets or something more complex than that you're required to use. So we encourage the teaching of maths to our young people at an early age. And when they do well in areas like that, they become data analysts and business analysts. I'm about to retire in a couple of years, and those who are in that analytical futuristic field are earning more or less, if not more, than those of us who have been working for a very long time. Secondly, on data use and problem solving, you've got to be able to have our learners understand the importance of data sets, medium, mean, mode, and all that. Why is that important? So that they can be making all sorts of critical thinking. We have to do estimation of various aspects. They have to think about risks in the workplace. As an entrepreneur, you've got to pitch. You've got to have a convincing data visualization of where you want to go, why we should invest in you, and so on and so forth. And then finally, we talk about financial management. One has to be able to use costs and pricing and be able to identify profit margins. And if you do so, you then become a financial analyst. You become a director, and so on and so forth. Now, allow me, Madam Mary, to close by saying, in Jasiri, we support entrepreneurs. And as entrepreneurs, and some of them are here in the room and wave at me if you're there, our Jasiri entrepreneurs, hello. We ask them critical questions, and a lot of them are actually math-based. We want to find out from them, do you have a minimum viable product? What does your market have to say? From that, they have to go to the market. They have to talk to people in the workplace and come back and tell us what the information is. So everything that my dear panelists here have done in terms of teaching then comes to life. Another question that we ask our entrepreneurs is, what are your cost estimates and your pricing logic? Is it clear? And yesterday I talked about the importance of investing. We as Africans should start investing in our own made in Africa ventures. Become what we're calling angels. But before I put my money in your business, I want you to convince me about a return on investment. Therein comes mathematics. Now, you can't just leave that to someone else. Finally, Dr. Mary as an example. In Wavumbuzi, we are stimulating young people through an online challenge. It's an extracurricular activity. In that, we bring in aspects of mathematics, whether it's in the financial literacy quest, or it's in the e-commerce quest, or it is embedded in any other quest. And we ask them questions such as, so what do you think the solution will be? What price will you charge? What will your profit be? And so on and so forth. So you can already see that stimulating learners formally in the classroom or through an extracurricular activity, of course, approved by the government, the Ministry of Education, including the processes that we've gone through with STEMtastic. These are good for our young people in terms of preparing them for tomorrow. We have a young man called Owen, and you know his story, Dr. Mary. And he finished high school, and through the stimulation in the classroom and through Wavumbuzi, he was able to help his mother in her hardware shop, and able to help his mother track the profit that she was making. And young people are able to tell their farming parents, you're actually going at a loss. What you need to do is 1, 2, 3. And therein comes mathematics. I am one of those women who believe in mathematics. My children will tell you I call mathematics nyami maths. And again, I want to end with empower young people with mathematics. It works.
Oh, a round of applause for Dr. Rose. What did she say? Mathematics is what? Yummy? Yummy, man. I think I want to bring to us Mr. Hamza from the UAE. And Hamza, I hope you can hear me. My question to you is, what role does technology play in shaping mathematical thinking in students? And how does Casio, because you are from Casio products inculcate mathematical thinking to influence STEM-based careers? Over to you, Mr. Hamza. We can't hear you yet.
I start with the teachers.
Please
as a
start
starting
again.
point.
Please start again.
Okay. Regarding the questions, I would start from the teacher's point of view, and how we can start designing and delivering the knowledge, and to assess and to provide the feedback at the first stage. When we talk about technology, we will see it as a tool to enhance our abilities and to upskill our thinking, for example, and how we can use these tools to support us in our study, in our real life, and in our work at work. So here, from Casio point of view and from the Casio calculators, we are using the natural textbook display models, which is more close to realistic mathematical input. So these calculators, it's not only they doesn't only speed up the calculation, no. If we need to talk about the design of the lesson, we need to check the teacher, how they are integrating this tool in the lesson. In what way? Is it only for 1 + 1 = 2, or no? To promote critical thinking inside the classroom, or to integrate it in a project-based learning, and how we can relate and use this tool in our real-life situation. For example, the doctors previously, Mrs. Nancy, Mrs. Manu, and Mrs. Hiso, and Mohirset, and Dr. Laban, they all gave examples of how we can relate to mathematics to real life. So how we can integrate the tool, the technological tool, to support our teaching methods, and how we can integrate it in our pedagogy or in the methodology of teaching inside the classroom or outside the classroom. So here comes the Casio calculator. For example, we can have a project-based learning related to a house building. Okay, so we give the student a blueprint for a closed house, and we tell them you need to calculate the area of the windows, where we can open in a wall, where we should put the door, what is the best space of each room in the house. Then the students will use the calculator to generate automatic calculation. Okay, so they will learn to use the calculator to solve the numerical equations, and to solve variables, and to solve also statistics, and to tabulate whatever they need inside the calculator and put it on a paper and pencil. So here they are using this tool to make their calculation faster, and to think critically more faster, and to simulate more more designs with a less time. So here the students will start asking themselves, if I put a window on the top left and another window on the opposite wall, will there be like a good ventilation in the house? Will the sunlight pass into the house? What about the rooftop? Should it be inclined? Should it be flat? And on what angle? So here we are asking ourselves more engineering and more questions that relate to our real life and how we can enhance the building. So here the student will provide the project, and then they can discuss it with their peers, with their teacher. These questions will sharpen students' metacognitive skills and enable them to monitor not only what they calculated, but also why they are using such tools in their classroom or in their real life. Now, going from the design to the assessment to the feedback of the student and the delivery, how we can relate what we are doing with the calculator and help us in our career. Whatever you do in mathematics, you are collecting data in terms of height, in terms of width, in terms of colors, in terms of what you mentioned in your example, like walking, we need speed, we need velocity, etc. So we are collecting data, and whatever data we are collecting, we can model through it. There are calculators, for example, they can graph in Casio, like CG100, CG50, 9870, etc. Different models, they can help us in modeling. As the data analysts do, what they do, they model, analyze, and validate. So we can teach students from the beginning these aspects in very simple methods, using the technology and to teach them how to model, analyze, and validate through the collected data and to input it in the calculator and provide insights. So that students will get, can give you insights, can criticize, can ask the why I am putting this equation, why I'm collecting, and in what way I can do it. Or are there any different ways we can solve this equation, or it can help us in our society or individually? So in total, this is what we do in Casio Education Department. We teach and train teachers on how to think critically with the calculator so the teachers can deliver the same for their students. We already had a lot of trainings in Kenya, GCC countries, and Nigeria, where we trained more than 3,000, 4,000 teachers on project-based learning activities with using the calculator. So the calculator is a supportive tool inside the classroom for teachers and students to let them know how we can integrate it critically and responsibly inside the classroom. Thank you so much.
A round of applause for Mr. Hamza, all the way from the United Arab Emirates. And he has articulated quite a number of things about how technology may shape mathematical thinking and how Casio, the maker of scientific calculators, has can be used to inculcate mathematical thinking, especially through the pedagogy. And I'm happy that in the recent past, they have continued to respond to the needs of children in the 21st century. And some of the calculators that they are now developing help the children to think fast and then be able to apply themselves to the tool as a way of fast-tracking the calculations in the interest of time. But at the same time, the important factor is, while using those calculators in class, teachers must structure pedagogy in a way that children should think, and after they have thought, then they will be able to use the tool for rapid calculations. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, I would like us to put our hands together for the panel as we go to the Q&A session. And I'm giving you an opportunity in a moment to ask the panel any few questions that you may have, and then we'll be ending the panel. Can we put our hands together for all of them now? All right. Let's have a roaming mic. Any questions to the panel? Any of the panelists? Oh, there are none? That's very nice. It means they're very comprehensive. Do we have any? Yes, there.
Sincere apologies, moderator joined in late, but I think I listened to Hamza, Casio. I'm one of those ones who've used the Casio calculator when I was doing my engineering program. I wish I had it much earlier in basic education. And I like the approach, fact that they support the formulation of mathematical, curriculum in that development, so that at least when you are part of the formulation of curriculum, what we call a content formulation, after the framework is set and put in motion, then you are able to be sure that your product, Casio, can be used appropriately, because already you have modeled the thinking. In that respect, it is imperative, or maybe not imperative, but would be attractive consideration if it's not happening, to see that Casio is coordinating with governments. I am from government, I'm the Director of Science, Technology, and Innovation. In our national curriculum, change and assessment reform changes, so that at least you are able to support in the modeling of the content formulation for that, either financially, technically, or both. Actually, I comment for both. Are you doing this in Africa in any of the countries that we are running? If not, we would like to invite you that this is a key and critical at the formulation stage. Then the product becomes a tool, and we normally list them in the guide for delivery of that curriculum to say, for you to deliver best this curriculum at this level, also use these precursors. And then, of course, we'll be budgeting for the same as governments. Thank you.
Yeah, Director, that's a very good question. I think I'll be giving Hamza a chance, but let me pick a few more questions before Hamza comes to respond to that. Okay, Hamza, take the floor.
Question, yes, what we usually do in African countries, we're already working in Kenya and Nigeria as more training. What we do, we collaborate with the Ministry of Education, and we train teachers on how to use the calculator with some project-based learning and equally-based learning activities. So this is the main focus of how we do a training for the teachers. And regarding the material, we align also our free material that is found on our website to be downloaded by teachers, and they can use it in their teaching or in their curriculum, curriculum building. So in all cases, we provide the material, and we also can provide the training for the teachers. And yes, we are open for any type of collaboration that will enhance the presence of the calculator, as well to enhance the student and the material creation.
Thank you very much, and allow me then to go to the conclusion if we don't have any other question. And in my conclusion today, we are talking about the relevance of mathematical thinking to STEM careers. And the panelists have been able to delve into discussing mathematical thinking beyond the mere act of solving equations in class, and discussing about how mathematics is at the core of creativity. And in the marketplace, you require to have developed problem-solving skills, being able to work out problems in real life with clarity, precision, and focus on underlying structure. We have seen the perspectives of the school, the practitioner point of view from Mano. We have also listened to the university perspective and how they're preparing educators. We've listened to the practitioners in the field of TVET, engineering, etc. And we have also listened to Dr. Rose from the entrepreneurial and workplace environment. And we are saying that today, as you leave this session, know that mathematical thinking is very critical. Encourage someone around you, encourage your educators, establish policies that support mathematics, because it's a foundational subject to all the STEM careers, and let them inculcate in children a mindset that mathematics helps them to be analytical, logical, creative, and they should be able to transfer that to solving problems, because real life problems do not come in a similar manner. Each one of them is varied from the other. It's just like when you wake up and you have a headache, that's a new problem. You have to quickly think how to solve that. You wake up and you find it's raining. You wake up and you find it's cold like yesterday. So problems never look the same. But we are saying when you apply yourself to mathematical thinking through logic, through creativity, you can solve any problem, including the STEM-based problems and careers. This brings us to the end of our panel. We have exceeded by 3 minutes. Apologies. We were to end at 3:45, but it's 3:48, and I must say apologies. Apologies for exceeding by 3 minutes. This is a mathematics educator, and I know the meaning of watching the minutes and seconds. Thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause as they step back for the closing ceremony. Of 15 minutes, because the closing will start at 4. So you can do a call of nature, but in the meantime, let the panel stand here for a photo session. Thank you so much. Ensure you are back by 4 for the closing ceremony.
Sorry. Oh, you can hear me now. Sorry. A really important part of the M Education Alliance events, including with our partners AUDA, NEPAD, and STEMtastic, is that people get a chance to meet each other, because that's how we build networks and relations. It's one of the main benefits of an event like this. So while we're getting our presentations ready, a short networking opportunity is we would love you to stand up, to find somebody you don't know, and tell them something STEMtastic that you learned at this event. Is that okay? Now we'll have to be expeditious about this because we do have a closing show, but this is a really important part of our event. So can I ask you to all stand up, try to find somebody you don't know, and say what you found STEMtastic about some aspect of this event. Is okay? I could do you, Honorable Minister. Yeah, it's a pleasure to meet you. We're really excited that.
Where we were told about the mobile mobile science labs, yeah. Yes, yeah, was the first presentation, yeah. I was happy with that. So I think every African community has yes. Yeah. I'll definitely come in October. Yeah. Okay, please do send.
It's wound up as soon as they say it's wound up. Are you ready for me to wind it up? All right. If you can hear me, raise your hand. If you could hear me, raise your hand. If you could hear me, raise your hand. If you can hear me, raise your hand. If you're wondering why people are raising their hands, if you could hear me, raise your hand. Raise your hand if you can hear me. raise your hand. Is everybody raising their hand? Is there some reason why some people aren't raising their hand? Ludwiko, is there some reason why people aren't raising? Okay. Is everybody raising their hand? If you can hear me, raise your hand. If you can hear me, raise your hand. Okay. If you can hear me, raise your hand. Okay. All right. Now you're going to use it to applaud each other for sharing a STEMtastic idea. So please applaud. Yeah. Right. Keep going. Apparently I was supposed to keep going. I feel like a game show host. All right, could I have any volunteer that would like to share the STEMtastic idea they heard from somebody else, that the person they spoke with? Does anybody want to share the new friend they made and the STEMtastic idea that that person shared with you? So many friends. Do you want to share? Please.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay. It's Mr. Peter Fahlström from Finland, and we are looking for a collaboration with Mauritius along the Ministry of Education. So that's one way. And there is another company presentation yesterday concerning the EMIS, and equally the RESPECT program, which we're going to go along with. Thank you.
I feel like there should be more than one mic, but was there another? Please. Chamora? And you might as well introduce yourself. Sorry for.
Thank you, Tony. I'm Chomora Mikeka, the Director of Science, Technology and Innovation in the Government of Malawi. Take lead of the delegation here. Greetings again from our Honour Minister. The idea that I got today when we were offboarding or disembarking the bus right here was, and I think Tony overhate that, was what if we have, or we declare in this closing meeting, a special day and call it a STEMtastic Africa Day? Wouldn't that be a great idea?
Pi Day. There's a International Literacy Day. You know what I'm saying? So wouldn't it be clever if we launched at this event a STEMtastic Africa Adventure? But with great pride, with great responsibility comes great power, or the other way around. So then, does that mean there will be many people saying STEMtastic good morning around Africa? Okay, so there is responsibility with that, just to let you know. All right, so any others want to share? Please.
Hello, my name is Mary Chokani Mponda. I'm the digital education specialist for the BFIT program in Malawi. I learned a STEMtastic idea from my friend Doris. What they have is a mobile laboratory which they take to different schools because it's so expensive for schools to buy equipment. And they take this around so that schools are able to have some hand-on learning using their equipment. So I thought that was STEMtastic indeed.
Oh, yes, somebody, please. Oh, sorry. Yes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Shanice. I'm from Ikitabu. I'm a deaf lady. So I've learned from Julia that inclusivity is good because it makes sure that everybody is included in the conversation.
Thank you. Good. All right. Thank you. You're encouraged to still share these ideas with each other even after the program ends. So over dinner or light conversation. Or wait, maybe you could do it as part of the nature walk tomorrow at Honolulu. So. Okay, so we have a icebreaker STEM trivia game. You ready for a game? Woohoo! Everybody, woohoo! All right. So we're all winners, just to let you know. Okay, which is heavier, 1 kilogram of steel or 1 kilogram of feathers? So how many think 1 kilogram of steel is heavier by show of hands? Okay. All right. And then how many think 1 kilogram of feathers is heavier? Raise your hand. So not everybody has raised their hand. Let me give you the options again. What is heavier? 1 kilogram of steel. Steel, okay. Steel. Or 1 kilogram of feathers. I think there's, I don't know, Effie. Ready? So let's just let people know. Yeah? It's the same. It's because it's 1 kilogram. All right, thank you. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Gravity is the same, that's right. It might be different in Mars. That's for you, Jim. Okay, which burns more calories, sleeping or watching TV? Okay, so which burns more calories? Sleeping, who puts their hand up for sleeping? Sleeping? Okay, or watching TV? All right, well, it looks like watching TV. Effie? Which burns more calories? Okay. Watching TV. Yes? Yeah? Okay? Okay? All right. Okay, this is the last question. Again, we're all winners. We're all winners. So, clearly, which country has more pyramids, Egypt or Sudan? Egypt, by a show of hands, or Sudan? All right, the winner is Sudan.
All right, STEMtastic, good evening. So I would like us to transition to the next activity, which is, I have looked at the setup and I think it's about to be something very exciting. I am going to call on stage Dr. Luidiko Mhamilawa. Dr. Luidiko is the founder and director of an organization based in Tanzania called Project Inspire. And I think you will learn more about both himself and his organization from him.
STEMtastic afternoon, everybody. The name is catching on, yeah? The name is catching on. So I have been honored for a second year in a row to give closing keynote. And I was thinking of doing it a little bit different this time around. And I will demonstrate something and see if there are any daredevils who would be courageous enough to try it with me. In front of me, there is my colleague, Kelvin, and we worked together in Project Inspire for a number of years, and he's going to be my assistant for now. Right, so one of the things, as he's preparing, one of the things that when I was thinking about what to do, what to say in relation to our week here, essentially, up until tomorrow when we go to the forest, is each and every one of us has individual access responsibilities and things they do around STEM and their own spaces. So we call them like sparks. Here, with Alliance, we're trying to build an entire system around STEM actors in Africa. So that was my take-home message for now. I think one of the things that really I'm grateful for to be in these platforms, we get an opportunity to live the STEM dream. It's very interesting that everybody that is doing a STEM initiative left, right, and center, but are they coordinated efforts nationally? Are we seeing that? So there's a confluence of minds from different places that are thinkers, builders, educators, dreamers from the entire continent, who we were informed the first day, let's not just talk. So this was beyond just discussions. Actual work that was done, and people were transcending beyond dialogue. So hopefully after here, we will go on and transcend beyond dialogue and do the work. So I'm very thankful for the organizers. Tony, big round of applause for Tony. And the entire team for Alliance. Big hand of applause. Effie, come here. She has been very, very well communicative throughout the first time I met her. She stresses out a lot. You should eat more, get bigger. And then again, so every speaker, participant, and STEMtastic. So the first time I heard that we're coming to Kenya to do a STEMtastic, I got really excited because it's always been my dream to be at this space. I'm in the working in STEM space for years, but I've never got an opportunity to see what has been happening here. It's a lot of benchmarking opportunity for us as well. So STEMtastic, a big round of applause. Kenyan government as well for helping us to be here. So another thing that we witnessed, I think, during this time, I hope all of you will agree with me, that each of us on the spaces got inspired by one another, either from a policy perspective, from raw curiosity. We had children from schools who are showing their activities here, and we got a lot of inspiration from them. We have a lot of brilliant projects at the STEM Village. It was just showing potential for, what the potential that Africa has in terms of not just talking and actually doing the work. The brilliant, innovative solutions. I ended up making an emotional purchase here, like this afternoon, of lab kit from Sword. Yes, Doris. She sold me. I bought for So this kind of moments of inspiration, I think most of us made some decisions in these spaces based on being inspired by others and innovative solutions that they have. Some chatbots, prototypes. Some are in early stage. Some are really in towards the end. And then there's a component of co-creation that we saw. The teachers. I became an honorary member of the teachers tent up there. I don't know where are the teachers at. Yes, I got to learn a lot on how they're doing, and they're co-creating with each other, sharing experiences from one teacher to another. They have an entire journal of sharing experiences around delivering project-based learning and STEM activities in a classroom setting. So, this really breeds collaboration within education space. So, what this brings up is Africa is not, being a young country, a young continent, is overflowing with possibilities. Oh, my phone was calling Effie somehow. If overflowing with possibilities in terms of, in each of the break rooms, hall rooms that we attended, there were almost gazillion presentations. And the fact that there are all these presentations that are available shows there is so much opportunity that's available, so much initiative, so much work that's being done, right? I personally attended and facilitated some of the sessions as well, from entrepreneurship, employability, AI, ethical thinking, and all these things. I mean, imagine if we all were better coordinated and not reinventing the wheel. So if someone is doing something in Ghana in terms of mathematics, what can we borrow to another person? How can we borrow what someone else is doing in another continent, part of the continent, so that we don't reinvent the wheel and coordinate our potential? One of the reflections that I personally got in one of the breakout rooms was a group. One presenter talked about what they're doing in STEM in schools. Another one was like, also we're doing similar, another doing similar, but why the mandate's ending? So one of the proposition I had was, why don't we, people who are doing similar things, create an association of themselves within a country so they could better coordinate some of this effort, so that we can even have more power in bargaining with donors, with the government, and even efforts become synergistic instead of working in silos. So this STEMtastic conference in Africa is an opportunity to make us stop working in silos and actually coordinate and synergize our efforts. A big hand of applause for ourselves. Which brings to the shared agenda. This state that we're at represents a significant shift. As a continent, there's AI, there's all this conversation we've had here. This conference has become an opportunity for us to consolidate into this shift and find our positions in that spaces. At some point, it felt like it's a family of change makers. Most of the people that I met here during this week, we've met in the global conference in DC, and the conversation got deeper from the first time we had we may have not followed through some of the initial conversations during the first time we met, and then now we, so we meet more often. Some things takes time, right? If you want to have a baby, you can't just make 9 women pregnant to get 1 baby. You have to wait 9 months to get a baby. So some things have to take time, and we need to, continue the conversations and nurture a family of change makers. And one other word I think Anthony mentioned about Ubuntu. I am because you are. And I think that philosophy, Ubuntu philosophy, is one of the very, very African philosophy. And I think we should continue to embrace that and really understand that what we do affects other person, whether positively or negatively. We can look at it more positively. So, like I have a quote there, my child's success does not take away from your child's success. Or necessarily my success in this space really contributes to your success as well. One other item that I think to reimagine what actually STEM means, not just subjects kids would learn in a classroom setup. Within the 21st century we have right now, it's this fundamental survival skill, really, cross-cutting all sectors. So we need to continue looking at how STEM is growing into our future, from agriculture to innovations in food and sustaining our communities. There are incentives and productions that are in this space doing that. The issues of some solutions about water resources, basically the human and public health and innovation in that space, allowing us to predict and to adapt. I was listening to Sam Altman this morning in one of his interviews. Sam Altman is one of the creators of OpenAI. And he was talking about 3 things that he was most scared about AI. And I think some of the concerns are valid in terms of being heavily dependent on AI, or maybe it will, they turn around and overtake us in the world. Many other fears and threats around it. But again, there was a quote from one of the presenters here, like, how do we define our position as Africa in this AI war race? I think that also sparked and helped to predict. And also, again, when it comes building sustainable peace is one of the, STEM is one at the core of it. And most of the countries that have developed, we know, they have invested heavily in research and development in areas of STEM. So this is also was a wake-up call for us in this space. So what's a call to action for everybody? What will you build next, right? Segmented into the government side, the ministry and initiatives. If you haven't seen any, if you've seen a STEM park, can you pilot these things? Or, can you get some of the equipment from one area to another, make policy influence decisions? These are some of the things you could look at when you go back home to pilot and try out. And people are willing. How many people are willing to help the ministers here do their job right in the STEM space? Yes, big hand of applause. So, ministers, look back, see how many people are really willing to help you. Yes. So everybody really is willing to support. So once you pilot, we'll be there to support you. Schools and other people who are working in the school spaces. Can your schools committing into really, truly inclusive robotics clubs and programs, not just one-off scratch program one day or, 2 days of, exposing the kid to Arduinos and something like that. And can you really make it committing and make it to all students? NGOs, companies, to collaborate. Can your NGOs connect with 3 others to build this work? Bernard from Ghana, we have established a relationship with a school and we're going to be working together in Ghana already. Right, so can we form collaborations with others? These are like practical steps you could think about. Who am I going to work with us after here? Right, so that we downsize the silos working and work together. So let this question ignite purpose and drive you to tangible progress across Africa. Speaking of ignition, my assistant will come and we'll do this thing here. I'm going to demonstrate the ignition of the purpose and drive to make a tangible progress in STEM in Africa. This is All right, so just be quiet and listen very carefully. If you make noise, it's not going to work. So just make sure you're all quiet. It's going to take like 1 minute. Ideas will burn inside you forever and ever until next time we meet. Thank you very much. Anybody bold enough to try? Maybe the next country that's gonna, it's forced and then, I don't know. Thank you very much, everybody, and have a fantastic weekend.
Thank you so much. Could I have another round of applause for Dr. Luidiko? All right, I am going to ask for Tony to come back on stage. Tony? Not yet. So that is the next slide.
Okay. Okay, perfect. So, all right, just in terms of the numbers, we thought when we started conceiving of this event with our good friends at the SPIX Foundation and Amazon Web Services as early supporters in STEMtastic and UDA NAPAD, Jacinta, we thought we'd have 300 attendees. And then closer to the event, the excitement grew, and we were at 400 attendees. And then look, 500 attendees. I think we exceeded 600 attendees. So a round of applause for the exceptional. In terms of our vote of thanks, though, we had 150 presentations. If you're a presenter, please stand up for the event. And can we give a round of applause to our presenters? Exceptional. I really wish I was able to join all your presentations. However, we're putting all the presentations online, and then STEMtastic will be having those. And STEMtastic, we're so grateful that you videotaped a number of the sessions. So we are absolutely committed to sharing the resources. And then we had over 30 countries represented. So we're really excited about it. And thank you all for traveling so near and far. Am I doing this as well? All right. So I'd like to ask our representatives from AUDA NAPAD and STEMtastic to please stand up for a round of applause and a huge thank you for their support. You can give it up. Oh, yeah. All right.
So I was told to give people their flowers. I took it quite literally. So I'm going to have to ask Dr. Barbara and Mrs. Akatsa to please join me up on stage. I'm also going to ask Honorable Sabelo and Honorable Pierre to please help me present the flowers to the people that I'd like to give their flowers this evening.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorables. Once again, thank you so much to AUD and EPAD, and thank you so much to STEMtastic for being our event co-host. I would like to ask Mrs. Akatsa to join me on stage to give a few remarks on behalf of the STEMtastic team.
Thank you so much, Effie. STEMtastic delegates. STEMtastic afternoon. Evening, STEMtastic evening. I really feel very privileged to stand in front of you, just to appreciate sincerely what has gone on at STEMtastic during the course of this week. We have sat and planned for this, I think, for almost 8 months since the last global symposium in Washington, D.C. And I sincerely want to appreciate my government through especially our 2 cabinet ministers and also the peers that were here on Tuesday, because they really did a lot to support us and to ensure that we had the opportunities to be able to carry out this particular challenge with all the support that we needed. To the honorable ministers also present, we don't take your presence lightly. With the delegates that have come with you, without you, really sincerely, I think we would not have felt the presence of Africa and the sharing that we have been able to carry out today. So I sincerely appreciate. The co-hosts also, Education Alliance and UDA and EPAD, we have learned so much from you. We have literally learned so much from you, right from the beginning in terms of the expectations of a conference or a symposium of this stature. It is the first ever event for us, let alone Africa. I think we were totally challenged, but we had the confidence to be able to go through this because of the support that you gave us. To the sponsors also that have supported us through, I think we really sincerely appreciate you. I'd like to ask the team of STEMtastic to actually stand up, because they literally did a lot of groundwork, and I want to appreciate them. They're right at the back. And this is to all of you, from the trainers that sat in and you know how we went through when we were discussing and deciding on the themes, to the grounds people that have made sure that the space is, very, clean and conducive, to the cooks and our hospitality team that have really put in a lot to serve 500 people. I don't think we've served 500 people before. I was getting a bit terrified when the numbers started spiraling from 250 to 300 and 400, and I think when it was getting to 600, you should have seen how wide my eyes were. But you did it, and I really sincerely appreciate. Also to the security teams and all the other people that were on the ground, you are truly and sincerely appreciated. So let's clap for them. I think it's been a great team. And I really feel proud of you, and I really believe that we can do this again. Maybe just a mention, and I think it's important to mention. Every year, we normally have a conference that is called the Comsteda Conference. It is a space where Smart Africa countries come together and dialogue. And Smart Africa, this is strengthening of mathematics and science education in Africa. It's a network of African countries and STEM-based organizations that were established with the aim of promoting STEM education in Africa. And the last conference that we had in October, it was in, now let me try to remember, was it Ghana or Nigeria? Because sometimes I forget. But what we did is we came out with a communique. And it was from that communique and what African delegates raised as areas that they would want to learn more and build themselves more, that actually formed the basic basis of the themes that you have been able to interact with this week. And of course, beyond that, of course, we were looking at other aspects of what is going on globally that we would want to also get sharpened in. And this is where I really want to appreciate our co-hosts and also Education Alliance and the Speaks Foundation for your ideas that really enriched and gave us a broader area of knowledge that we were able to interact with this week. From that last symposium, I remember, just like this particular symposium as we leave, what are our takeaways and what kind of collaborations are we going to have? And I'd like to make a special mention of at least two of you that we met when we were in Washington, D.C., and we took the conversations further. We met online, we had discussions, you came in, you built the capacity of our trainers, and we have gone further than that, and we are using that capacity to strengthen ourselves and to train teachers in the country. And I'd like us to give hands together for Solar Spell. We did meet in, we've met twice, but we met in, just the power of collaborations, we met in Ethiopia. And I think GrowX, I don't know if they are in today, because GrowX is just one of the power of the collaborations that we are talking about. And GrowX have actually also trained our staff. We are training a group of teachers tomorrow and taking it further and putting other teachers online so that we can be able to share and see just the connectivity that comes from global functions or regional functions like these ones, the power of collaboration. So we're actually living it, and I'd like to create a testimony around that. So I'd like to also take this opportunity to just let you have a brief awareness of who STEMtastic is and what we do. And I'd like to invite Mr. Kogola, who is our Director Training, to just come briefly. And for those of us who may not have interacted with STEMtastic, just to have a brief on who we are and what possibilities also are. Thank you so much for gracing our regional conference, the first of its kind. And it is true Africa is talking. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam CEO. Okay, thank you. I'm told 3 minutes, which is almost over, even before I start. Yeah, but let me pick up from where my CEO has left. This is the new face of STEMtastic. I hope you have gone that side, isn't it? We were to be there, but it is not yet launched, so we were not there. Maybe next time you come, the conference will be in that very beautiful place, isn't it? You can just walk and see it. STEMtastic, this is our mandate, our vision, our mission. You can check whether our mandate, our vision, our mission integrates with yours. That will tell you whether we can work together, isn't it? But it's all around what you have been doing here since we came. Since it's 3 minutes, allow me not to explain. And these are some of our programs. Our core program is capacity development, and it is for curriculum implementers in STEM education. Just a few of them. The key are the teachers, the foot soldiers. I'd call it foot soldiers in the morning, for the government, translating policy into real action. This year, I can give you an example. We have already trained about over 8,000 of them on STEM. We are moving into, we are doing our competency-based education, and STEM has a challenge of laboratories. So we trained over 8,000 on the use of virtual laboratories. Then we have principals who manage the schools. The CBE is moving from junior school to senior school next year. We have trained over 9,000 principals to get them ready to move into CBE when next year comes. The others are officers of the ministry and quality assurance and standards officers. Apart from, okay, that's just a rough picture of the numbers that you are training. You may not even have time to take the picture. I can just run through it. Then, apart from training, this place is a hub of students. I wish you'd appear when learners are here, everywhere. They are in the maker space, they are in our innovation room, they are in our laboratories, they walk around. They don't wait for their teachers to be trained. They even come themselves to be inspired to pursue STEM in their careers. So they go to those maker space and interact with these things. You can see that this year alone, the last financial year, ending June 30th, we had hosted 2,750 learners in this place. And besides that, we also do what we call outreach and mentorship programs for our students. There is a bus outside here called STEM bus. So we pack it with equipment and special materials, get our staff on it, send it to a remote school. They stay there for a whole day, encouraging children to be able to pursue STEM. And I remember one of them was saying, for today I've seen a microscope. They'd never seen a microscope. And that really motivates you to be able to do that program. The other one we have is what we call the STEM Model Schools program. So we have 103 schools that we have been working with from 2017 to make them model STEM to other schools. If I shared with you the results, if I had time, you would marvel at the impact it has had on the 103 schools. And in these schools, we have maker spaces, there are printers. So it is just the things you have been seeing outside here. Some of them have it to encourage them to pursue STEM. Then we have boot camps. In fact, we're having a boot camp this August. If you are a Kenyan, is it 20 what? Some 20, the date will be announced. I'm not remembering the date. But when schools close, the children will be here for five days. And from primary, junior school, senior school, university, they are all here doing coding. Some are doing the Lego blocks, you know, at their level. Others are creating programs and so on. It's very interesting. If you have a chance, you can be able to, those who are Kenyans, you can send your children. Another program we have is the Olympiad. Now the Olympiad is being organized in collaboration with the University of Waterloo, University of Nairobi, and the Ministry of Education. We start from the Kenya Mathematics Olympiad. We go to the East African Mathematics Olympiad. We go to the Pan-African Mathematics Olympiad. And just one of us has just come back from Australia, where he took the children for the International Mathematics Olympiad. This is a very important program for us. The children that succeed, some of them have got admission to the Ivy League colleges in the US. So it's a wonderful opportunity for the children. Now the other one is what I've just said we trained our teachers on, STEM virtual labs. When the schools don't have the resources, the teachers are told to get access into that virtual lab platform. And if you are in one of the rooms, teacher empowerment, there's a teacher who shared about the use of online resources and the impact it has had on the learners when they did not have facilities. So this is one that we expose our teachers to. STEMtastic has a podcast studio, so we can sit there, talk stories around STEM, and upload for the teachers to be able to listen to. And I will skip that. We also have an Education for Sustainable Development program to mitigate climate change. We are planting a lot of trees across the country, thousands of trees that we distribute, and also in our STEM schools. Our STEM schools have very, very nice programs. You go to a school, you find how they are growing their own food, the way they are using the waste from animals that are giving them milk in their farms to produce vegetables, to produce maize, and so on. Very interesting if you had the time to be able to see that. And last but not least, because Effie is on my neck behind here, we have a very strong research directorate that does all this. We conduct so many baseline studies for all programs we are starting. I know we are preparing to start one for foundational literacy next term around September, and many others. Even for junior school, we have a lot of information. We did the baselines before they started. We have done one on use of digital resources. Then in teacher proficiency in mathematics and science, very shocking results sometimes. When you see the level of a teacher, where they're supposed to be, when they sit a test that is supposed to be given to a learner, and the teachers, you find maybe only 36% can score 75%. It shocks you. Then you analyze what is the problem and see how to bring programs that can address those gaps. Then we have monitoring and evaluation and learning, very strong part of our programs. And lastly, impact studies. I wish I had more time. I would have told you more about our center. But thank you for that time, Effie, and thank you for listening to me. Asante.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kogola. I know I rushed you through that. I am so sorry. We are just out of time. But please find Mr. Kogola after this and have a conversation with him about the incredible work that is being done at STEMtastic. All right, next I would like to call our other co-host, Dr. Barbara, on behalf of AUD NEPAD.
The conference that our CEO has just talked about, the one that was in Nigeria, the next one is in Lilongwe, Malawi, and I think my colleague there, the team leader for Malawi, must be very happy about this, isn't it? We are coming to Malawi, so you are all welcome to send your abstracts and express your intention and prepare. Go to STEMtastic website, you will find this call of papers. You are all invited to participate. Thank you very much.
Okay, hello everyone. Hello everyone. Okay. I would not be taking much of your time. Just before I give my speech, we want to understand what it is that you want us to respond to as AD and EPAT to the EdTech space. So I would appreciate it if you scan this QR code on this slide deck. There are 4 questions. The reason why this is important is because we respond to demand rather than tell you what it is that you should be doing as Africa. And so we want to know what is it that you want us to do for you as AED and EPAT, and we can communicate this to the relevant partners and actors and design programs based on these challenges that you have identified as needed on the continent. So within 3 minutes, if we can do this, that will be amazing. They're just 4 questions. The first one is on how we can best support your efforts in advancing STEM education or EdTech in Africa. The second one is what are your top 1 or 2 challenges you face in scaling your work or deepening impact. The next is what type of partnership or follow-up engagement would you like to see with us as AEG and EPAD? And then the last one is if you want us to get back to you, maybe you've identified an area that is key, then you would share your contact details so we can get back to you. It's a live poll, so you're going to be seeing the responses. So far, there's 0 responses. You'd have to answer all the questions before it shows. But I'd love to, in the next 2 to 3 minutes, see if there are any responses that will come in and to encourage you. Don't ignore this and then send me emails later. I think it's a good opportunity for us to engage and have a good understanding, like a needs-based assessment of what it is that you want us as the African Union Development Agency to do for you when it comes to STEM education and EdTech in Africa. Just to flag that if you say funding, the funding actually comes from African governments, so it will be thrown back to your governments to contribute more to the African Union so that we can support some of these initiatives. Okay, so we see quite a lot of interest in policy engagement and advocacy, access to funding or donor partnerships, capacity building or training opportunities. Then research collaboration is also another area that you, great. Okay. So just in the interest of time, I'm just going to be showing a few, but please don't relent in submitting your responses. Yes, so the major issue is funding. And then we have capacity needs, government support, proposal developments. Okay, please keep them coming. Mentorship needs. What type of partnership or follow-up engagement would you like to see from AED and NEPAD? So collaboration with governments, STEM capacity project in digitalization. We do have a whole unit in digitalization, so just send me an email and I'll connect you to them. Regional platforms. Okay. Centers of practice for ministries. Okay. And then, yeah, so I'll get your details from what you've shared. Please keep them coming. I have 15 responses. We are definitely more than 15 in this room. And while that is being done, I'm just going to give my speech. Okay. Sorry. So I'm standing on, the heels of very great people at the African Union Development Agency. And I just wanted to acknowledge them because they are the reason I'm here. We have Madame Nados Bekele Thomas. She's the CEO of the African Union Development Agency. And she has been very visionary. She has what we call Energize Africa, which is to ensure that young people are capacitated in 3 fields. In the support with incubation hubs and accelerator programs, in support with skills development and education as well. Then we have my director, Simegwe Johnson, who heads the Human Capital and Institutional Development unit as well. So these are the people that have made it possible for us to be part of this dialogue, and I just thought to acknowledge them. And yeah, if you need my contact details, it's up there. I just also wanted to say a big thank you to our collaborators, Semestia, to Speaks Foundation. We met Speaks Foundation last year at the Washington meeting. They were talking about respect, and I was wondering, what is respect? And now I'm a full ambassador of respect and what it stands for. We met several innovators also at the foundation. We've built certain key engagements in that regard, and we look forward to strengthening those engagements going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I know this plenary is going to be for another hour. Is that right? What's in your program? Can somebody? Oh, it's not another hour. Okay, so we're just about to wrap up. Okay, so the M Education Alliance, there's plenty of opportunity to talk with Effie and I in the next few days. We hope you've picked up our flyers. We are doing a number of events over the next few months. But we could talk about this over coffee. We do a newsletter that goes out every few weeks. We'll have plenty of content from this conference to be able to feature over the next several months. So thank you all. We have a global math prize that, again, is supported by the SPIX Foundation. If you're interested in hearing about a global math prize, our current prize call is for best practices use of physical manipulatives. We would welcome your disseminating the call. We feel that there should be a global math prize, and again, are appreciative of SPIC's support for that. We have 2 other events. You may have heard me mention this. I had asked at the beginning who wants to go to Fiji, and I don't think everybody raised their hand, which is fine. You just won't be in the selection process. But we are going to be in 7 weeks doing the first Pacific Islands STEM Education Conference, and we are serious. We would love to have you join us in terms of your experiences. We'll also be doing our typical annual event. This year's theme is the Marvelous Education Alliance, taking place in October, and we certainly invite you to attend that conference. So please let us know. We have various communities of practice that we support, literacy apps called Literacy League. We've had a community of around 40 literacy app developers that have been meeting every 3 months for 5 years virtually to talk about their experiences for literacy. We have the same thing for math, and we're really excited that we'll be doing a Global STEM Education Champions Network. I'll tell you in just one moment. So we are quite excited about the idea. And Ludwiko, I think you were mentioning this as well, about turning this into a community of practice of STEM education champion leaders around the world. But this is our first regional event, and we hope that you could participate and you could go to this QR code to be part of a STEM Education Champions Network that I think will be designed by the members of the network. Let me put it that way, just in terms of that spirit. I do want to have our sponsors stand up in just a moment, but I want to call out two of them in particular. I don't know if Faith from AWS is still here. Faith? I don't think she's here. But Jim, I'd like to ask Jim Plamotin to please stand up. And we're going to give him 2 rounds of applause. One now. Thank you, Jim. And one in a moment. Jim first approached the Education Alliance, I think, 2 years ago with an expression of demonstration of interest that we had been hoping for to have partners to support the Education Alliance journey. He basically wanted to support the Education Alliance, and we wanted to work together to help support the Respect Initiative. So I have a mixed metaphor. I was an English literature undergrad, but then my master's is in telecommunications, so bear with me. Jim, you added, you and the Spix brothers and the Respect team added the 4th dimension to the work of the Education Alliance. Who could tell me what the 4th dimension is? Time is the 4th dimension. And Jim and the support from the Spix brothers, Spix Foundation, enabled us to all come together, to be able to share this experience with each other, to deepen our conversation, the support that you've provided for a number of our delegates from around Africa to come, the same support for the Global Symposium. But also I would have to say that the Respect Project itself is adding another dimension to the work for bringing EdTech coherence, interoperability, in limited access. So Jim, I want to thank you for the 4th dimension that you've provided to our conference. Can we have another applaud for Jim and the Spix Foundation? Thank you, Jim. And to our other sponsors as well, we very much appreciate your support. So thank you so much. This conference could not have happened without you. I'd like to ask the fellows team to please stand up. The fellows that supported the conference with a special round of applause are our symposium fellows in the hall. Thank you. On the first day, we affectionately divided our symposium fellows among 2 teams. One was Alpha, the other was Trojan. You're all fabulous, just to let you know, in the spirit. So another round of applause. Thank you for supporting our work. I also want a special round of applause for, is Ken in the room? And Ken, if you could stand up. And then Effie, a special round of applause. This conference would not have happened without the support of these 2 individuals that punched way above their weight in terms of being able to help this conference. So thank you so much. We're a small team. We work very hard, and it would not have happened without these 2 individuals. All right, Chamora. So Dr. Makeka. So I'd like to invite you to reiterate the STEMtastic Day, but also in terms of perhaps a few comments on behalf of the Ministry of Education delegation here. You've been, you and Dr. Valletta and other colleagues have been attendees at previous events, and thank you for gracing us again with your presence. So I wanted to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Tony. A big STEMtastic a round of applause to Tony in team. It's an unprecedented honor that before the Honorable Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini, previously Swaziland, I could stand on this podium to speak. But also in the same manner for the Honorable Minister of Education, Science and Technology in the country, the people of the Gambia. It's an honor to speak on your presence. And to all the partners and founders of the Education Alliance, Tony, CEO, founder, and Speaks Foundation. I had a privilege last year in Washington, D.C., Arlington, that Jim, the CEO for Speaks, but also the founder, George Speaks, Speaks Brothers, we had dinner, and we were looking forward to this day today. And that's why we were excited in a very special way that designating a special day like the Pi Day, which is 14th March, would be a spectacular STEMtastic idea to have a STEMtastic Day, Africa Day, or adventure. Perhaps this would carry the day, perhaps would have a vote, because mostly this is a political dispensation. We are excited also to have the African Union Development Agency with the NEPAD representation here, which is the expert panel on development agency of the African Union, speaking also as chair of the African Union in that capacity. Malawi government is until November next year. We are excited to see the EdTech, 2030 vision and plan come to light, be subjected before or to a critical, objective peer review of 55 member states and those beyond, including our partners. I think this is a great opportunity. Looking forward to the summit next year, 2026, when the heads of state and government, after receiving advice from the Council of the Ministers, who are informed by ourselves, senior officials, that's the kind of thing that I chair, would be propagating the ATEC, plan for Africa, and to see results like the respect for all African countries. What we're seeing is indeed a nexus, that 1 by 1 matrix, where the spaces are 2, because 2 by 2 spaces are 4, of needs and offers. We saw hands raised of them that are ready to offer solutions to the governments, to the ministries. Eswatini has taken note of that. The Gambia has taken note. Malawi has taken note of that. And all the 55 member states, and some I think are participating virtually, could be. We have seen also from the work of STEM, campus in Tanzania, presented by Dr. Rwida, which demonstrated the catalytic effect, reactive cases where we're able to get byproducts of the things that are happening. All these are opportunities that we are seeing and which we need to accelerate to see that the policies happen in our countries, we translate them to budget, and we are able to accelerate STEM education, but also STEM culture. I think I'd call it STEM culture from now henceforth, and which would be promoted through the STEMtastic Day that we are proposing. That said, on behalf of the Honorable Minister of Higher Education in Malawi, who left an obligation on us, our whole Malawi delegation who is here, to say before we leave this place, we need to have a takeaway which you pronounce in a press statement as key takeaways for follow-up. And one thing which we have made a decision on already, and we have discussed with M Education Alliance, is that Malawi government, Ministry of Higher Education, will become a partner and a member of the M Education Alliance. We will deposit our logo and all the prerequisites. And we are finalizing other bilateral talks in which we'll commit at least 5 takeaways. It would be very sad if we can go home without anything else and only to report to say it was an eye-opener. How many times are our eyes open and nothing happened? Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. All right, the last slide is, where's my Ghana delegation? Could they stand? Could the Ghanaians stand, please? And can I ask them to please come up to the front, my Ghanaian delegate? So we started the discussion with Auto NAPAD and STEMtastic last year to host the event at STEMtastic. It was the absolutely perfect inaugural location for the event. But very shortly thereafter, our Ghana friends said, could you host the conference in your country? And so we're really excited to announce that Ghana will be the next host of the STEMtastic Adventures Africa. A round of applause. Yes? Yeah? Yes? Ghana. And then I'm going to ask on a spur of the moment, the Ghanaians led us through this dance that was on STEMtastic. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready to do the dance to close us out for the STEMtastic Adventures Africa? Ready? This is turning over to you. This is the final performance. Yes? You guys ready to do it? Oh, Grace isn't around. Oh, okay. So, all right. So, was there anything that you wanted to say on behalf? Oh, she was going to lead us in a dance that was all about STEMtastic. Okay. All right. Well, did you want to say anything, Ghana, just on behalf of?
Yeah. So just to assure you that we are ready to welcome all of you to Ghana. Next year, this time, we are ready to host you. We have started planning. So everyone, we want you to come to STEMtastic Ghana. Thank you.
We're done. All right. Pictures, please, of a delegation. All right. The last thing is we'd like to do a photo, a group photo. Sorry? We're going to do a prayer before we exit, so that somebody's coming. But again, a round of applause to our Ghana hosts.
STEMtastic evening. I had to take the opportunity to tell you STEMtastic evening one last time, because this might be the last time I get to say it. Could I please have Dr. Mary Sichangi join me on stage? Dr. Sichangi? All right. All right. I would like for somebody to volunteer to close with a word of prayer. Thank you so much, Mr. Wabuti. Before we pray, I need to give an apology. The very first time I came for a meeting at STEMtastic, I told them, all the mistakes are my fault. If somebody stresses you, that's my fault. It's because I stress them first. But I learned that from Jim, so I need to give credits. So I will also like to apologize because we forgot to thank the ministers who are still with us. Honorable ministers, Honorable Sobelo, Honorable, thank you so much for staying with us to the very end of the event. Thank you for your engagement, for your contributions, and of course for gracing our event with your presence and staying to the very end. Thank you so much, and apologies on behalf of our team for having forgotten that. All right, Mr. Wabuti, please close for us with a word of prayer. I'll ask all of us to please be upstanding.
Orio Nyasaye, Orio Nyasaye, Orio Nyasaye, Orio Nyasaye, Orio Muno Nyasaye, Orio Nyasaye. Orio means we are thanking God. We are thanking God for what He has done to us, the journey masses from our respective countries to Kenya and to STEMtastic, and for the days He has kept us safe here. Ladies and gentlemen, I want just to leave you with a verse, Matthew chapter 28, the Great Commission. Jesus said, I'm being given authority in heaven and here on earth. I give you the same authority to go ye unto the world and make all disciples of all nations. Baptize them in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and teach them all that I've taught you. Now what is important here, that we have learned many things here. We are commissioning you to go ye unto the world, back to your countries. Make sure you teach your people what you have learned here from 22nd up to today. Hallelujah. We're going to pray. Our Father in God, the creator of heaven and the earth, we appreciate you for who you are. This is your doing. It is not because of our strength that we have gathered here for the first time in Africa for this very important STEMtastic event in Africa, bringing together delegates from parts of this continent. We want to thank you, Lord, because in unity we shall be able to excel. We thank you for all the teachings that we have received here. We thank you for the organizers of this great event. We thank you for the sponsors who have made it happen. We thank you for STEMtastic
and all stakeholders that have made this great occasion come to pass. We worship you. And Lord, want to trust you that moving forward, we feel commissioned and empowered that we shall go ye and share all these innovations in our countries and beyond. As we shall be leaving this place, going to a places of stay and even of countries, we want to pray for journey masses. We want to bless every one of us who is here. And we want to pray that God, they shall arrive safely in their countries of stay. Thank you for every one of us. Glory and honor goes back to you. We worship you and we adore you. For we pray this in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wabuti. All right, I would like to ask all of us to please step outside for a group photo. Before we all go, I'd like for us to give the honorable ministers an opportunity to walk out first, and then the rest of us can join them.